Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Hey, good morning. Who all's there? Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, Commissioner Vice Chairman Jones, can you hear me? Vice Chairman Jones, can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Ford.
Morning, can everybody?
Yeah,
hear
I'm
me?
here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Commissioner Lowry.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, I think we're going to do well with this today.
And there's Commissioner
At least
Brown.
I'm going to say a prayer.
That's a nice deal he got at his house over there.
Morning.
Hey, Commissioner Mills.
Hey there.
Good morning. I'm the only one that looks like Janet Jackson. Hey, Commissioner Bradford, where are you? Are you downstairs?
I can be wherever I want to be.
Oh my God, how did you do that? Only you. I got to get a picture of this. Hold on.
You got
Hold
a
on.
screen?
How do you do that?
Just a little $30 piece of software.
Are you serious? Only you. Oh my God, he's got a shark. Give me a good one so I can get this on the.
Oh, that's great.
What? Give me a. What is that?
Jurassic Park.
Oh my God. Give me another one. There you go. Let me do that one. I get that thing out of the way. Only you. Now he's looking official. You got another crazy one?
Oh, I've got lots.
It sort of looks like the mixed up Brady Bunch right there. Brothers by another mother. You are a hoot. What is that software?
Called Chroma Cam.
I tell you, we've been doing web meetings every day at the university, every day, and we need some comic relief badly. We've all gotten very grumpy. That would help me a lot.
Yeah.
I'm going to call you later and figure out how to do that.
I've been having about 3 or 4 a day, and so I said there's got to be a way to do this, and so I figured it out.
Yesterday, I think that's all I had was webcam meetings.
Oh,
Commissioner Ford, how's Miss Vicky?
She gets to work home starting today.
Wow.
They put her on a level 1 list to where she gets to go home and a few others. And I don't know who's on the level 2. I know like on the last list of the nurses, they ain't going nowhere.
Right. Wow. Commissioner Mills, are you in prayer?
No, I'm texting.
You were looking pretty serious there.
I was about to finish.
Y'all see me yawning a lot. I've been studying all night.
Mm.
Test is moved to tomorrow at 8 a.m. It was
You'll
supposed
do
to
well on.
be today at 8 a.m. Well, thanks, Commissioner Mills.
Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right.
Hey, Chairman and Commissioners, you may see me in and out here a little bit this morning. I got some conference calls I got to jump on and jump off. As you can imagine, FedEx is still moving a lot of critical stuff today. So just FYI, if you see me in and out, just like any other committee midday.
Also, nothing unusual.
Nothing, yeah, business as usual for me and committee.
It's all good, Commissioner Meyer. If I got to leave this office and go to one of the rooms that has a casket in the back, don't y'all worry about that. I got to deal with business too. And they won't bother us either. Business has not been slow.
Hmm.
Dr. Ford, can you hear me?
I can.
Hey, and in all seriousness, when you look in New York and you see the amount of deaths,
It's
I
bad.
mean, will there be funerals months after this event just to keep up with services? What is your industry talking about this? Because this has got to be overwhelming for what you do.
So I know a lot of churches are talking about not having funerals, but you still have to preserve remains and do all of that. I mean, historically speaking, you just can't leave a lot of folks just out, you know. And there's only so many facilities and space to preserve folks over time. So that has to continue. So that's definitely an essential service. But as far as people congregating and all of that, that would have to be one where I know the churches are saying that either they're only letting 10 people in at a time and they got to spread out, or they're not having service at all.
You think
But
we'll
what we've done,
you think we'll see virtual services around the country because people can't get together?
some people have already started doing that.
Wow.
They'll have
Very
the viewing, whether it's open or closed casket, and then they'll have, like what we're doing right now, they'll have the camera right on and they'll have people coming in. We actually had to put some COVID-19 guidelines in, letting people know that they couldn't congregate within so many feet of each other, even if, and it's hard for you to do that because if you lost a loved one, it's real difficult for you to not congregate
right.
because you're already feeling the rest from being sad, you know. So
Right. That's pretty sad.
yeah, it is. It is.
Oh, so we're not up till 8:30. That's right. We're all just good and early.
The earliest be on time.
Amen.
I was still in the schoolhouse. It'd be almost lunchtime now.
Yeah. Oh, there's Collierville represented.
There we go.
That's Collierville right there. Is that one of the gazebos?
Yeah, that's the town square there.
That's it.
Town square.
Bradford, I wish I had a couple more elections in me. I want you to be my next campaign manager. I wonder who that is.
upstairs, and I'll be right back in a minute. You think you're settled? You okay?
Yeah, I think everything's
Can we release this phone or give me a later phone? Well, yeah, she's already got it muted, so they won't hear us from there. You think,
Maybe I shouldn't have.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, they're up, but I don't think we can, I need to ask Karan, like, how do we speak? If we have to speak into it, I just don't know.
Ma'am, yeah, you're speaking now, so I'm gonna need you to mute yourself.
What do I need to do?
You need to mute.
Sorry, we're learning. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
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 Who's taking pictures of us? I keep hearing that.
Bradford.
You gonna add more of those to the background? And then there were 4.
I'm just eating a banana, and I think you want to watch me on the screen eat, so I got to cut my camera off.
Hello, I'm testing. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Hear and see you.
Great, thank you.
Everybody's going.
thing. She might use the computer. Yeah. I know you're gonna wipe it down. The judges called me last night. They didn't know he was on the list. They were
Hello?
Hey,
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. You got me, man?
you're good.
How you doing?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good. I got it, Mr. Chair. I got it going, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now? Yeah. All right. Happy belated again, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you very much. Very interesting birthday.
Oh, yeah. 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 Man, you don't look like a day past 20.
Wait a minute, whose birthday is it?
Commissioner Wright just had a birthday. That's right.
Commissioner Whaley, you got dressed up today.
Yeah, this is just what I wore to bed. So
Hey, do you see what Bradford's got going on? He can even make sharks swim behind him.
That's good.
Look at that.
I need to figure that out.
He needs to get you one with like. he needs to
Okay,
get you
so
one with,
now
like,
you got your webcam. You know you gotta share your webcam when you're ready to get in there
Okay.
and say stuff.
So I just click it when it's ready for me to get on.
Yeah, you know,
And then
you're automatically muted.
do I hit off audio so that it doesn't?
Oh, people can.
Commissioner Whaley, you need a background with like the wine country.
That's actually in the other room. That might be for later on this morning.
You know, the sommelier, what do you call it, that what you're certified as? Not sommelier, what is it?
Yeah, sommelier.
They're saying that a
There's a
lot
new
of those
movie on Netflix.
Yeah, I've been watching it, and it's all filmed here in Memphis. It's really good, called Uncorked.
Yeah. Oh,
If,
yeah.
if y'all haven't seen it, you really ought to see it. It's tons of Memphis scenes,
Uncorked.
great actors. It's
Yeah,
really
Uncorked.
yeah, Uncorked. It's really good.
Mr. Chairman, are we?
Yeah, I saw some Memphis people in that movie.
Yeah. Commissioner Wright.
I'm sorry. I was just wondering if we are limited to 6 video screens.
I don't know. I think we ought to probably do what we did the other day, and whenever somebody's talking, we'll let those people do the screenshot. And I'm going to turn mine off. That's a very good point, because we're getting ready to start here. First step is going to be Commissioner Whaley with education.
All right. I call to order committee number 6, education. Let's read item number 1. And please forgive the dog barking.
Can everybody see me?
Yep.
Okay. Item number 1 is a resolution ratifying amendments by the Shelby County Board of Education, increasing their operating budget for fiscal year 2020 in the amount of $540,623, as adopted by the Shelby County Board of Education on February 25th, 2020. This resolution does not increase the approved FY20 funding level from Shelby County government, sponsored by Commissioner Mike.
Motion to approve by Billingsley.
All right. Do I have a second?
I second. This is Commissioner Turner.
Okay, very good. So at the request of SDS, they'd like us to, I'm going to withdraw this item. Obviously, a lot has changed since this was adopted by their board back in January. So they're going to bring a different item after they're able to reconcile their budget. So without objection, I'm going to withdraw this item today.
No objection.
No objection.
All right. Hearing no objection, the item is withdrawn. I will just, before we close the committee, we'll just say, appreciate all the collaborative work that's been happening, over the last several weeks to support our school systems through this unprecedented time. I know that the school administrators are working around the clock to meet everything from basic needs to ensure instruction continues. And I know that's something that is ongoing. I've been able to be in close contact with the school officials and some board members almost daily. And, one of the things that, is still on their radar, of course, they've had to, address some more urgent needs. One of the items that's still very much on the radar is the Reimagining 901 plan and the long-term facility plan. So that is something that is, as I understand, close to being finalized and should be presented to their school board members and to us very shortly. So I'll keep everyone in the loop on when that is expected to happen. And I think will be really important that we're all all able to hear that when it does come through, probably, within the next month or so. Chairman Billingsley, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Chairman Whaley, my question is, I know Shelby County Schools is really limited in online learning. Has there been any discussion of, my two kids are blessed that they're actively able to learn right now online because their school has set up a program for that. In terms of SCS, has there been any discussions about how these students will fulfill the credits that they need by the end of this term? Because we're only a little over a month away from what graduations will be. Has there been any discussion regarding that, Chairman?
Yeah, yes, there has been. I don't want to obviously speak for them, but I know some of the conversation has been around, being able to extrapolate as much as possible from existing grades, which are and credits, especially for high school students. So I imagine that they're going to have communicate that pretty soon, while also being able to lean on the teachers as well in terms of what kind of extrapolating out what grades may have been otherwise, to address the immediate need around credits and graduating requirements and promotion requirements. I will also say that I know Dr. Gray has also been in touch with the SDS officials around technology, which I think is really it's a greater need beyond just this immediate crisis, and something that I think needs to be addressed over the long haul. And also, I think the ability to procure and deploy a large amount of technology, train teachers, train families on it, get internet access where it needs to be, is a unfortunately, I think, a longer process than just a few days or a few weeks. But one of the things that I've been trying to support them on is, how do they consistently deploy remote instruction now? We're seeing it happen, as you mentioned, in private schools and some of the charter schools, but I think we'd all agree that we want to see this across the board, and that every student should have the same opportunity of being able to continue the learning at home. And so there are obviously a lot of students that don't have access to technology, Wi-Fi, et cetera, but there certainly are a lot who do. And so we want to make sure that we're, I think, doing everything we can to support the continuation of instruction as it's laid out in the, standards for this last quarter of the year. So that's definitely something that I know is on their radar. And I think anything we can do individually or collectively to help support or help innovate around what do we do now, I know they're all ears for the help. But good question. Any other questions?
Chairman, thank you for the explanation. I've just got one more, unless someone else is in the queue. I've just been doing some checking on the lunches that are being provided now by the Y, because SCS had to temporarily close their kitchen facilities, and 2,800 kids a day on average are utilizing the food service. Is that sustainable through the Y, or do you anticipate? Do you have any idea if SCS is going to reopen their kitchen? I'm just really concerned about, can the Y continue to do that many meals? I was asked by a colleague what I thought about that. Should we just give money to families? My belief was, when you've got 2,800 kids showing up for a meal, I'm hopeful that they'll continue to do that. I'm concerned that if we just give the money to a family member, the kids won't necessarily eat. And so if you have any information on that, I'd love to know. And if not, I'd love to know if the county commission can just follow up to see what the long-term plan is. Because when you have 2,800 kids coming for a daily meal, I'm glad we're providing it, but I'm also worried because it certainly shows a major need.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the answer today, but I certainly will follow up and see what the capacity is, with the assumption of doing this through the rest of the rest of the school year. I think is a fair assumption that we should operate with in terms of providing any of these services. much better to be prepared for that than not. So I'll see. That may have already been worked out, but I'll get some confirmation and be able to share with that.
I think I had a question, Commissioner Wade.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, so if there's another, well, if this basically doesn't subside or reflares up in the fall, what's the plan? I'll also bring that. I think that's a very good question too. And again, I think underscores the importance of making long-term remote learning plans, where we've seen other schools be able to flip to that pretty quickly. I think that's something that is quite important to be planning for now, given that this may be extended more than anyone, hopes for.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Any other questions on education? All right, seeing none, this concludes committee number 6.
Keep it right there. I like that one.
All right. We got 1 minute. We'll get Public Works going in 1 minute. All right, I've got 8:40. I'd like to call to order Public Works Committee number 2. If we would read the first item, please.
Okay, yes, sir. Item number 1 is a resolution to appropriate and expend grant funds in the amount of $1,901,678 for the acquisition of real property and the potential relocation of individuals related to the National Disaster Resilience Grants South Cypress Creek Basin and West Junction Neighborhood Redevelopment Project funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, in order to provide future protection from flooding similar to the flood events of 2011 along South Cypress Creek in South Memphis, Tennessee. This item requires expenditure and appropriation of grant funds in an amount not to exceed $1,901,678, sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motioner and a seconder.
I move the item, Commissioner Bradford.
All right, moved by Commissioner Turner,
I second the item, Mrs. Commissioner Mills.
seconded by Commissioner
I
Mills.
second it.
All right. I don't know if we have anybody online for a report.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Bill Goss. I am the real estate right-of-way manager for Roads, Bridges, and Engineering Department. This funding resolution is needed in order for us to start the acquisition phase of this project. If there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer those. If not, we appreciate your support so we can get going on the acquisition of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, Chairman. This is actually mostly in District 9, so I know several people have been contacting me regarding this. It's something we're talking about more than a year now. To the gentleman, when has the last correspondence gone out concerning this particular grant? I know the last time we actually met before the pandemic, it was either at your high schools. I want to say it was in their cafeteria. I don't know if there were any other subsequent conversations that went on. I know that when this comes down on Monday, I'll probably get a lot of people that'll be asking specifics. So I just want to prepare accordingly.
Commissioner, that's a good question, and we have some others that are available online to answer those questions, like John Zena or Jim Vasquez. I ask them to step up this time.
All right.
All right. Any other questions? Commissioner Jones, I see you down there.
Yeah, so I have some questions as well. Specifically down in the 38109 area, there was one individual, address was on Fields.
Yep.
And I've gotten several phone calls, emails, letters where the flooding caused damage to her home. Is part of the Fields Road included in this relief from these grant funds for those citizens?
Can everybody hear me? This is John Zena.
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry, I was trying to speak earlier to Commissioner Ford's question. This is John Zena, Director of Division of Planning and Development. Why don't I start with Commissioner Ford's question on the last contact? There were notices that went out in September, when we published the environmental assessment. There was a review period. There were a number of individuals who contacted us about the environmental assessment. Those contacts were not only shared with us, but also with HUD. We had written communication that we sent to everyone who submitted a question or a comment that went out in October. It was also posted to our website. With respect to the individual on Fields Road, we also are aware of those issues or of that comment. The issue with that is that with any grant, you obviously have rules that you have to abide by. And one of the rules that we have to abide by here is that the expenditure of the money has to be in areas that not only experienced flooding in 2011, but still had unmet recovery need from the 2011 floods. We could not find any evidence of flooding and unmet recovery need of flooding outside of the West Junction community. So that's the reason why areas like Fields Road are not eligible for this grant.
Okay, so who did the assessment on it? Because if you go to her house, part of that creek runs back off of that property, and this person has been complaining about this. So I just need to know who made the assessment that was not part of it.
We utilized modeling data that the University of Memphis prepared in 2011 during the flood event to be able to determine the extent of the flood in 2011. We also utilized a property survey assessment that the Office of Construction Code Enforcement did in 2011 after the flood event to assess the damage to structures in the area. And then at the time of preparing the grant in 2015, we conducted our own follow-up assessment to determine, as best we could, unmet recovery need from those two data sources.
Okay, now was the property on Fields assessed during that period?
The initial period in 2011?
flooding in 2015 when you did the second one. So has it ever been assessed
Based
during
on
that time?
based on the modeling data from the University of Memphis, the flood extent did not reach any of the structures on Fields Road.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead, Commissioner Ford.
Go for it, Commissioner Ford.
If I could just jump in, that does not mean that there has not been events later or at other times. However, we are only able to spend funds from this grant that directly tie back to the 2011 floods.
You ready for me to jump in, Commissioner Jones? And Chairman?
Yes, go for it.
Go right ahead.
All right, to go back to 2011 and to go back to some of the numbers that I know that we looked at as far as grants. One thing that I've been saying over and over and over, and I'm going to fight for my district, is that, look, I appreciate the $1.9 million being in the form of a grant to help out folks that I've been representing for the last 13 years. I'm going to go ahead and say that. You were there, Mr. Zena and others, when you saw my constituents being very displeased on the rules that we have to follow, coupled with the challenge that some of the remedies that they were looking for aren't going to be met with this particular grant. And then when we looked at what other parts of the county were receiving, District 9 was getting the lowest significantly. So what boundaries are we specifically looking at, going back to Commissioner Jones' question, since it's not going all the way down to Fields? Would you safely say that we're looking in the close proximity of where Mitchell High School is, because it's still standing water over there? And when it gets warm outside, we have mosquitoes, we have all types of things over there. And the people have been talking about remedying that for decades. My concern is this 1.9, it'll do so much, but I feel like what really needs to be done is going to cost a little bit more, especially if we're trying to do it right. I know the historical context on the beavers filling up the dam with their habitation and whatnot, but is there anything that we're doing in a second phase in order to remedy some of the issues that we still have in 2011 as far as what the flood entailed and the standing water and things of that nature?
The answer is yes. So first of all, the project budget in this area is over $10 million. This 1.9 that's in front of you is simply the budget related to property acquisition. Beyond that, there are a number of improvements that the grant will make in the area. And they kind of fall into one or two categories. The first category would be improving the stream channel along South Cypress Creek in order to prevent flooding of the stream channel into the surrounding neighborhood. And then the second type of improvements that are being done is within the floodplain itself in the neighborhood, instituting improvements throughout the floodplain that help to absorb the water that may come from a flood to a greater degree than what you're seeing today in current conditions. So it is a comprehensive approach to addressing future flooding similar to what we experienced in 2011 that would protect the remainder of the neighborhood that was impacted in 2011. And the project boundaries that we're looking at, because again, this is about solutions along the creek that help protect the surrounding neighborhood. We're looking at generally Non-Connor Road on the north, Mitchell Road on the south, so that would include the high school, the creek, of course, on the west, and then Ford Road on the east.
Okay. Just making sure because I don't know if we're actually after this meeting when we have a recorded taping of this so that we can go back to this meeting. If we don't, Mr. Zena, if you can get me sort of like a white paper on what you just said and what you're trying to do specifically, because I know many of the people in the West Junction Walker Homes area will want to know, especially those that lost their homes 9 years ago. I mean, you go down Saks or Hanover, you know, a lot of those people had their homes actually pulled up from the foundation when that happened in 2011. So if we can get that so I can take that back to the community, that would be great so that they'll know what we're doing now, what was done then, and what we're doing in the future. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. I see Commissioner Billings is up. I see Commissioner Jones, you're still up. I'm trying to wrap us up here. We're about 3 minutes over. Do we have any more questions?
No, I'm good. I'll just wait on the report that Commissioner Ford is going to get. But yeah, one other question, Mr. Zena. So in the effort down there in that area that we're discussing, will what in the area where what we're discussing, okay, down in the West Junction area, when we do all of the repairs and everything to the creek on the flow and all of that, there is a part of that creek that still runs back along the backside of the Fields Road area. Will the improvements help that area as well?
Yes, it will, because if you recall, what happened in 2011 was the Mississippi River was at its second highest level, and the flooding that we experienced was backflow from the Mississippi River being so high. Essentially, the tributaries could not dump into the Nonconnah and the Mississippi. And so by improving the stream and the area around the stream and the West Junction area, that will help to prevent backflow that would have made its way to the Fields Road area.
Okay, thank you. I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Let's, I guess, do a roll call for the vote, please.
Commissioner Turner,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Sawyer, Whaley, Wright,
Aye.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Aye.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Chairman Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Morrison, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Jones, and Chairman Billingsley. We have
This
10
is
aye.
Whaley. I'm also an aye. Sorry, I must have been on mute.
That's okay. Correction, we have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Morrison, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Jones, and Billingsley. We have 11 aye votes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and this will conclude the Public Works Committee. Thank you.
Commissioner Milton is up, correct?
Yes, I am. Just having a little technical issue. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very clearly. Sounds great.
Is this sufficient? If so, I can go ahead and start the CIP grant. Please read the first item.
Wait, just 1 second. I just did something. Okay. Item number 1 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2020 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to EDA Flyers Youth Track Team, a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
Can I have a
Motion to approve Billingsley.
second, please?
Move to second it, Commissioner Mills.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's move to vote.
Commissioner Turner,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Aye.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Jones,
Aye.
Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Morrison, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Jones, and Billingsley. We have 11 aye votes.
Okay, that item goes down with favorable recommendation. Please read the second item.
Item 2 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2020 operating budget in the amount of $3,300 to Red Robins Academy of Learning, a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner Eddie S. Jones Jr.
Okay, may I have a motion on that one?
This is Commissioner Turner. I move the item.
I moved it.
And the
I
second,
move it.
Eddie Jones, second. Okay, good. Let's, any discussion on this item? Commissioner Jones, would you like to discuss this item?
Oh, I'm good. Let's vote.
There you go. Okay, let's.
Commissioner Turner,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Milton, Brooks, Bradford,
Aye.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Jones,
Aye.
Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Morrison, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Jones, and Billingsley. We have 11 aye votes.
Okay,
Just let me interrupt for a moment, Commissioner, Chairman Milton. I just got a note from the staff that's works directly with the grants and was notified that the grant amount was supposed to actually be $3,500. Don't know if I'm gonna move to reconsider and
Gotcha.
amend.
Right. Okay, first, Commissioner Jones, would you like to chime in on that?
Yeah, I kind of thought that might have been an error because I thought it was 3,500, and so I moved to reconsider my vote.
Well, wait a minute, we did,
Just need-
just 1 second. We didn't tally the vote, so I don't know if it's been officially called, so we might be able to reconsider and maybe just amend. Let's move to amend, and then we can recount the vote if that works with the minutes clerk.
Yes, ma'am, that's fine.
So let's amend
Okay,
this
so-
2,500, right?
Three
Moved by
thousand.
Milton, the second. Who's the second?
I
The
second. it.
amendment? Okay. Any
Can we-
objection?
No.
Okay, this item is moved to, it's been adjusted to 3,500. Do you want to take the votes again?
Yes.
Okay, then go ahead.
Okay. Commissioner Turner,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Aye.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Jones,
Aye.
Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Morrison, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Jones, and Billingsley. We have 11 aye votes.
Did you hear me? I was muted. I'm sorry. This item goes down, this amended item goes down with favorable recommendation. That concludes the CEP grants program. Thank you.
Okay, I call Committee 14, delinquent tax property is now in session. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution approving the sale of 85 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $93,125 pursuant to the sale provisions of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaim deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Eddie Jones. Before you begin, just remember that only members of the delinquent tax property should vote on this item at committee.
Myself, Commissioner Mills, and it's one more.
I think I'm one of them.
Forward. Okay. All right. So I just need a mover. I'll move it. Need a second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead on and prepare the screens for voting.
Commissioner Turner, Morrison.
I
Sawyer.
think only,
It's-
there are only
it's
certain
you.
people that can vote. It's
It's you,
me,
Mills,
Ford,
Ford.
and Ford. Yeah.
Okay. So Commissioner Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
and Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Ford, Mills, and Jones. We have 3 aye votes.
All right, that item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and that concludes Committee 14, delinquent tax properties.
All right, we're right on schedule. Committee number 18, Workforce Development. If you would please read the first item, only item.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government Workforce Investment Network and ABOR E&T LLC DBA ResCare Workforce Services not to exceed $1,700,000 for the period of March 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, with the option to renew for 2 one-year periods beginning July through June to implement Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, adult located and out-of-school youth services program, barriers to education and employment, including ex-offenders and justice-involved youth. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2020 federal state grant funds in the amount not to exceed the $1,700,000, sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Moore.
Thank you. Do I have a mover?
Motion to approve by Billingsley.
How do you vote, Tom?
Second by Ford.
Thank you.
Can Commissioner, excuse me, Chairman, can Commissioner Brooks mute his microphone, please? Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman. Is Director Guyette on this call, or if not, I can give a summary. This is simply a contract to manage a network of access points throughout the four-county region. I think she spoke about this at the last committee meeting. Seeing no one wishing to speak, I don't think I see anyone. We can take a vote, please.
Commissioner Morrison, I'm sorry, this is Lasagna Hall. I think Kyla's trying to get on the line, but you have stated exactly what she would say. So if there are any questions, we can try to entertain them, but that is exactly what we're doing. Continuation of services to all populations. And ResCare is a reputable company that has been proven across the country to be able to provide those services.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, seeing no one wishing to speak, let's take this item to a vote, please.
Commissioner Turner,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Oh, excuse me, I missed Commissioner Bradford's question.
okay, go ahead.
I don't have a question. No question.
Oh, it's, maybe that was from an older
I think
comment.
so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Aye.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Jones, are you saying aye? Okay, thank you. Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Morrison, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Jones, and Billingsley. We have 12 aye votes.
Thank you. And this item goes down with a favorable recommendation. And this concludes committee number 18, Workforce Development. Thank you.
All right on schedule. Committee number 1, Budget and Finance, is now in session. Commissioners, can we do something with this without objection and see if we have the trustee and assessor and Ms. Crosby on? I'd like to move the item number 3 up to be the first. These are revenue projections for the fiscal year 2020 budget.
Commissioner
Can we
Jones?
do that? Yes.
Commissioner Jones, this is Chairman. Item number 1 has been requested by the administration to be deferred. So if you want to, you can dispense with that now because they are asking for a deferral.
Okay.
Is that
Did
correct?
they say
Is that correct,
to
Mr.
when?
Halbert?
We're actually asking for it to be withdrawn at this time.
Okay, withdrawn.
Okay, so
Yeah, read
Okay,
into the
as
record.
the sponsor- Yeah, read it into the record.
Thank
Item
you.
number 1.
Item 1 is a resolution amending the FY 2020 operating budget for the purpose of approving a contract with Associates, Inc. to provide an enterprise-wide, legally sufficient and compliant information governance, records, and information management program for an amount not to exceed $1,125,775, commencing upon the execution of contract through June 30th, 2022. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2020 Information Technology Services Internal Services Funds in the amount of $1,125,775, sponsored by Commissioner Eddie Jones. This item was deferred in March 18th, 2020 committee meeting.
Okay, I'll move the item.
Second. Forward.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. And so because the Mr. Havard wants this removed as the sponsor, I like to remove this item from the agenda. Can we do that without objection? Hearing no objection, item number 1 has been removed. All right, so if we have the trustee and the assessor and Ms. Crosby, are they on line now? I see Ms. Crosby. Do we have,
Commissioner, Could you read the caption, either you or me, please, so that the public knows what we're about to?
all right, so Madam Parliamentarian, item number 3.
Thank you, sir. Item 3 is a discussion item on revenue projections for fiscal year 2020. Budget all funds to last approximately 30 minutes. Presenters are Regina Newman, trustee, Melvin Burgess, assessor of property, and Matilda Crosby, chief financial officer.
What you doing, Joe?
All right, so Ms. Crosby, we'll begin with you.
Uh-oh.
I don't know, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. The trustee is the one who reports on revenues each day. So I was going to let her go first, but in terms of where we are, so currently, we have $71 million left to collect this year. That includes $25 million in property taxes, $30 million in other local taxes, and $8.7 million in elected official fees. Relevant to that $25 million to be collected in property taxes, due to the economic turmoil right now, the trustee thoughtfully suspended collection calls, I believe, last week. And the tax lien sale, I believe, has been postponed from April until August. That tax lien sale is always a helpful measure to get people to actually pay their taxes on time. Relevant to the $30 million in other local taxes that we have left to collect, that includes $9.5 million of the wheel tax, for which the state has suspended renewals until June 15th, or postponed the deadline for those. That is only 2.5 weeks prior to the end of our fiscal year. Relative to the $8.7 million in elected official fees, that includes some from the courts. Some courts are very busy, I understand, but others have seen a slowdown in cases due to the coronavirus. Where are we right now today relative to where we were at the end of March last year? And yes, there is 1 day more left to report on, but we are currently 7.6 million below where we were a year ago. That's 9 million less in property tax revenues, 1.3 million in other local taxes that we are short. And thank goodness the Wayfair law was implemented and the first 3 quarters of this year were strong economically because our sales tax is better by 850,000 than it was a year ago. And we're also slightly better in some other sources, but we are 7.6 million less than we had on March 31st of last year. So that is what I have on where we are for fiscal year 2020 revenues at this point in time.
Okay. Madam Trustee, are you on?
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Before we dispense with Ms. Crosby, Ms. Crosby, you gave us a lot of really critical information. I was trying to jot it down as quickly as I could. Can you please give us just a handout or a sheet that you could email to all the commissioners with the information you just gave us regarding revenues left to collect and the broken down numbers that you just provided?
Your webcam, and they'll be able to see that.
Okay.
That should,
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
And I'm muted on my end, but they can hear you. I can hear
Yes.
them. Okay, thank you.
Chairman Jones?
Yes, I'm here.
Could Ms. Crosby please
Can you hear
give
me?
us, yeah, can you hear me?
I will send that to you now.
Okay, thank you. If
Yeah,
you
we
could
can
send
hear
that
you.
to all the if you could send that to all the commissioners, we'd be grateful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Our assessor, Mr. Burgess.
Hey, how you doing, Chairman?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm good. So, you have something that you want to report from the assessor's office?
Yeah, does everyone have in front of them the 2020 certified assessment highlights?
I don't,
No.
but you can go through it and then we can make sure that everybody gets it. So if you have it, we don't, but I can assure you that we're listening.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, and other commissioners. The assessor of property submitted the 2020 certified assessment roll on March 25th, 2020, 1 month earlier than statutory requirements. Certified assessments, which included real estate and personal property combined, totaled $19,294,271,477. 2020 certified assessments exceeded the 2019 certified assessments by 206,785,230. The assessor agrees with the county CFO and the county trustee that 5.2 million allowance for reductions to the tax levy is reasonable. Chairman, did you get it? What's going on, George? Hello?
The system froze, because look, it's on both screens frozen.
Chairman,
Chairman Jones, could you hear me?
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
It's the system.
Assessor, we hear you, but it seems like there's something going on the county commission side.
Okay.
It's some
Now I can hear
technical
you.
issue.
Okay.
I
Shall we
got
go?
all the way up to the right. Now, if you can just go back to that part where you got to the 19 billion and 206 million, that's sort of where it sort of fell off at.
Okay. The certified assessments, the real estate and personal property combined total 19,294,271,477. The 2020 certified assessments exceeded 2019 certified assessments by 206,785,230. The assessor agrees with the county CFO and the trustee that 5.2 million allowance for reductions to the tax levy is reasonable.
All right. So let's see. Are there any commissioners who have any questions for Ms. Crosby or our assessor? All right. I guess the commissioners are okay with what they just heard. So as long as we can make sure that all of the commissioners have a copy of the reports, then we should be good. Thank both of you all for your efforts and work on your report as it relates to revenue for Shelby County. So I just want to say thank both of you all for that.
Chairman. Chairman.
Well, hold on. Yes.
Commissioner Burgess, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chairman. I submitted these the PowerPoint to y'all's office on yesterday, so I think your office should have it. So
we're now seeing it.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure you had what I'm reading.
Gotcha.
And if there's anything that you want to, once you look at it, you digest it and let me know, because I know I've been talking to each municipality, the mayor, on where they stand. So, I mean, I spoke with some of the commissioners. So if you just let me know, once you digest these highlights in this report, if you just let me know, we can get together and kind of go over it one-on-one if you would like, each commissioner.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other commissioners that had any questions?
Yes. Yes.
I think you got the
Commissioner
chair.
Jones.
All right.
And you also got Commissioner Brooks that want to be recognized.
Okay. Commissioner Brooks.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to get a copy of the report and have opportunity to review it and then get with the assessor.
Right. I hear Commissioner Brooks. You have the floor.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, Commissioner.
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to get a copy of the report and then follow with questions to the assessor.
Yeah, we can hear you, but we can hear you. Yeah, so you had it already in your emails. They sent it to us. We're looking at it on screen now. So I'll make sure that Ms. Folsom make sure that you get a copy of it.
Thank you.
All right. And are there any other questions?
Commissioner Jones.
Hearing none. Wait a minute. Chairman, you have a question?
I do. Is Miss Crosby still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Crosby, thank you for your report.
Yes.
Thank you for your report. I am very, very concerned. If we still have $71 million to collect this year. Ms. Crosby, how does that compare to the same time last year? You know, $71 million is a tremendous number, but how does that
Yes,
compare to
go
the previous
ahead.
year?
Sure, at the same time last year, the property tax budget was actually higher last year than this year. So we did reset that a bit.
Yeah, I'm, can you hear me now?
At this time last year, we had collected 911 million that is in terms of the county budget. And I must say, I haven't updated
My question, Ms. Crosby, is you reported that we had $71 million left to collect this year. I'm curious, at the same time last year, what did we have left to collect?
Can you give me a second to back out a couple of numbers?
Yes.
Because the
Yeah,
trustees
please.
report
Yeah,
also
take your time.
shows, the schools.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay.
Chairman.
here, please.
Chairman.
Yes.
Hey, I'm sorry. I just, while she's doing, Ms. Crosby's doing that, I just want to kind of go backwards a little bit. I know Commissioner Brooks suggested that they, you all going to look at what I sent, but what I can do to make it a little bit easier in a layman's term, I will send each of the commissioners a better report, or a report that's a little bit more kind of weighed down a little bit, and you'll have it by the end of the day, each commissioner.
Thank you, Assessor Burgess.
Thank you.
I guess my question, Mr. Crosby, is that $71 million significantly different than the previous year in terms of what we had left to collect?
Because the budget was overestimated last year, we took our property tax revenue budget down for this year. So we would have had as much to collect last year, if not more. But we did not meet our property tax budget last year. So last year,
Yeah,
our
but you,
property taxes
no,
fell short by 8.4 million. At the end of
But
the
it's-
year, we had 8.4 million that we did not collect.
but again, to your point, that's because we didn't budget properly.
Correct.
So in terms of, again, I'm not trying to make this sound rosier than it is, but in terms of what we've got left to collect this year, even though I know the times are very, very difficult, it doesn't sound like we're that far off from where we would typically be.
We're
Or am I-
7.6 million off of where we were, where our collections were last year.
Okay, 7.6 million.
We're that much behind where we were a year ago. And yes,
we're,
there is
right.
March 31st yet to come in these numbers. This was based on what the trustee had done as of March 30th. And hello, Trustee Newman. But we did have the leap year this year. So we did have February 29th, which was an additional day of collections at the end of February.
Is there any way, Ms. Crosby, in your report, you said 8.7 million in elected official fees, including the courts, some which have been slowed down in cases significantly. Is there any way to project for the next 90 days what those fees might look like in terms of the new reality with the coronavirus?
That could be done. We'll need to work with each court on that.
Mr. Chairman, can I specifically request Ms. Crosby come up with, and working with our courts to come up with projections for the next 90 days as it relates to elected official fees, because I think we're going to desperately need that with the budget, and more than likely sooner than later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ms. Crosby, if you could help us with that, I'd be really grateful.
Certainly.
No other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, are there any other commissioners that have questions?
Morrison has a
I do. Talking about the elected officials' fees, did I understand you to say they are also were about 7 million behind on before the coronavirus? We were 7 million behind on collections from the trustee's office and 8 million behind on fees from our clerk's offices. Is that correct?
No, that the 7.6, and my notes are just my notes that I used to talk from, but we're 7.6 behind in total. Not necessarily behind on the courts, but in terms of what we have left to collect, we have 8.7 million left to collect in elected official fees. So
Okay,
there's
but
there are
that's
two kind of pieces there, and in the screen you're not seeing the bit of the top of this.
I see. Okay. Well, I'll look to get the email handout then. Thank you.
Okay.
So I do have a question before I go to any other commissioners. If I heard correctly that Madam Trustee, are you on now? Ms. Newman? Okay. Maybe I can see her, but she must be muted.
Chairman, I can see her.
So, but I
Yeah.
think I heard you say this, Ms. Crosby, that we are no longer, did you say extended collections on property taxes?
We have not extended collections. Property taxes are still due. We have suspended calls according to
Okay.
the trustee, and she should be the one that weighs in on
Yeah, I can, but
this. I don't know if she can unmute her microphone.
right, I can see it. Ms. Newman, can you?
Over at the top right, maybe?
Yeah.
Please check your computer audio. Please check your computer audio.
Is there a phone number that she could dial into?
Yes, we're sending the number.
Thank you. Yeah, all property taxes are still due. We hope that people will still pay them.
All right, so, and then you did make a mention about the wheel tax because of what the governor did and extended those wheel tax all the way up into June.
Correct. June 15th. Seems that all expiring licenses.
What impact would that have? Because that's going to be a major issue. Right, I get that. That's going to be a major issue for the schools because that goes into their maintenance of effort.
Correct.
Because 100% of those dollars, and I just, does that mean that we could, before, well, it will happen by, the money probably will be a little late, but it should happen before the end of this fiscal year.
That's a lot to process in 2.5 weeks of time.
Yeah, I know.
You know, the schools also rely heavily on sales tax. And if you look at what they're still in the budget, there's still 33 million of sales tax in trustee Newman's report that's yet to come in for the schools. And that will be probably a large impact for them if sales actually come in lower than like we've been hearing. Trustee Newman, have you been able to dial in yet?
Ms. Newman, are you there?
Can we,
Let me try
can we
something.
just, get- can we
Let me
just get
try
Ms.
something,
Newman to
Aaron.
call?
Hold on. Hold on, I'm trying something. Okay, Ms. Newman, are you there?
Good morning, Commissioner.
Okay, I have her on the phone, so can everybody hear her?
Yeah.
I was given a phone number, but no access code, so I can try that again.
Well, I think everybody can hear you fine. I have you on my cell phone, and I think everybody can hear you.
That's great. All right, where we are at the midpoint of March and ahead of where we were last year at this time. Y'all have my presentation for the FY 21 budget.
You want me to try her on my speakerphone?
Yeah, if you can call, I'll let you call on the speakerphone.
Yeah, because we're getting feedback.
Yep.
If we could just give her an access code, she could call in.
Oh, goodness.
To a CBN phone number to CBN access code.
Miss Folsom?
I'm here.
Hey, can you send Miss Newman a access code to get in? I can now. She's
Pardon,
Yes,
this is webinar support. We
or
just
do we need to turn her on? Because I
the codes.
she has been sent the code via email.
just can't hear her. Okay, but we can see her, so she's in the webinar, so but her audio is not working. Ms. Newman. Okay, so since she's on, can you list her as a panelist so that she can, I'm giving it to him now. She's on.
The access code is coming via email now from IT.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes,
if we think this is
Yes,
going to
Chairman.
if we think this is going to take a while, we might want to take a brief pause while we get Ms. Newman fixed and let Director Haushalter do her presentation because she's got other things going on today, which is critically important. So could we suspend budget and finance for a few minutes and let Dr. Haushalter give us an update?
all right, so for Mr. Burgess, Ms. Newman, Ms. Crosby, y'all hang on. Let's just come off of the webcam, and we're gonna take budget and finance into recess, and then we will come back to it. Can we do that without objections? Commissioner, I don't have to do that. We're going into recess.
Okay.
And there you go, Chairman.
Great. If everybody could turn their cameras off except for Dr. Haushalter and Commissioner Turner, we'll let Commissioner Turner call to order hospitals and health. Commissioner Turner and Dr. Haushalter, you have the floor. Ms. Newman and Assessor Burgess, can you turn your cameras off, please?
All right.
Commissioner Burgess, can you take your camera off? And okay, Commissioner Turner, you got the floor.
Okay. All right. Thank y'all. I officially call to order committee number 3, hospitals and health. The time is 9:45. And Mr. Chair, I have Director Haushalter here who's to give an update. And also on the line is infectious disease Dr. Manoj Jain. And if I could set aside at least a portion of the 30 minutes allocated just for him to share what he's been studying and what his observations are after Dr. Haushalter presents, I think that would be beneficial for everyone on this call and on this conference today. All right, so Madam Parliamentarian, can you please call item number 1, update on COVID-19?
Yes, sir. Item 1 is an update on COVID-19 pandemic in Shelby County, Tennessee to last approximately 30 minutes. Presenting is Dr. Elisa Haushalter, Shelby County Health Department Division Director.
Thank you, Director Haushalter, you have the floor. Thank you for being here. We appreciate the wonderful job you continue to do. And we're just so appreciative for your leadership during this pandemic crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. And we see you too, Dr. Jane. After Director Haushalter presents, we'll give you a few minutes as well. Thank you.
So I want to say thank you to the county commission as well as Mayor Harris and everyone who's supported us in the last weeks, and as well acknowledge our team for their ongoing efforts. Again, they're working 7 days a week to try to identify cases and assure that we are identifying contacts and quarantining those. I'm going to provide some updates on data and some interpretation of that, highlight our strategic priorities, and then end with any questions that you might have. One of the responsibilities of public health is to investigate outbreaks as well as to interpret the data relative to that to identify opportunities for reducing transmission. So to date, we have 497 cases that have been reported to the Shelby County Health Department. Of those 497, there have been 3 deaths. We are hearing anecdotally that funeral directors are receiving bodies that are presumptively COVID-19 related deaths, but we do not have confirmation of those, and we'll continue to work in that area to have better data. Thus far, there have been 5,506 people tested in Shelby County. And of those, of the 497 that are positive, we have a little bit over a 9% positivity rate. The state of Tennessee has currently 2,239 cases. We also know that our surrounding counties and jurisdictions also have cases. We are currently working 1 outbreak, and that outbreak is in an assisted care facility. They have at the current time mostly residents who are positive, but also 1 employee who's positive as well. What we're seeing consistently is that our numbers are continuing to go up, so we've not reached the peak of our epi curve at the current time. I'm going to talk about strategy, but I want to reinforce here that social distancing is a proven strategy to reduce transmission, and that's a continued area of focus. Of our cases, the majority of those cases, so 70% are under the age of 60. And the area that has the most cases are people ages 21 to 30. We are beginning to see an increased number and percentage of our seniors, so those over 60, which will be more at risk, which is important. That lets us know now that there's transmission towards our seniors. We have nearly equal cases amongst men and women, so about 51% are female, 48% are male. Much of the data that's reported to us is missing race and ethnicity data, so the ability to determine by race is a challenge currently, although we're trying to fill those data gaps as much as possible. We have been using a heat map to identify places where people are diagnosed, and what we do know is that in communities that are more affluent and that have more likelihood of having insured populations, there's testing being done. And while testing is available in other zip codes, the consumers and the patients in that area, constituents, are not necessarily availing themselves. So a good portion of our focus moving forward is expanding testing to those communities to assure everyone has equal access, and then to also expand testing to the asymptomatic population, giving more recent information about the number of individuals and percentage of individuals who are asymptomatic but able to transmit disease. I want to focus on our key priorities, and these are from the Joint Task Force, but they are public health priorities, so they're the priorities that were identified by the Health Department as well. One of those is compliance to the safer at home or stay at home orders, and there's a variety of orders, state level, county level, city level, as well as a health directive from myself and Dr. Randolph that applies countywide. There are now also directives in Mississippi and Arkansas that mirror the state of Tennessee so that we can get social distancing in a larger regional area, not limited to Tennessee or Shelby County. We do know this strategy does work. If you look across the world where social distancing has been adhered to, then there's now recognition that that considerably reduces deaths and illness. And so this is the area we need to continue to focus on, is it's the primary prevention strategy that we have. And it's not limited to community at large, it's also workplaces and assuring that those who must be in the workplace are practicing everything they can to reduce the likelihood of transmission. The second priority is testing and contact investigation and tracing. So I mentioned already the importance of assuring that we have testing available for all constituents across Shelby County so that we have a better sense of what has happened within neighborhoods that currently are under tested. And that work is underway. Church Health has volunteered one of their full-time staff to assist with coordinating that. So that's helped us expand our staffing. There's not a challenge currently with the availability of test kits or swabs. That's been a concern, and it's been an issue in some communities, but it's not been an issue here. Contact investigation and tracing is a critical element of any disease outbreak or epidemic. It's a traditional public health practice is you identify the cases and you want to identify them early on, identify everyone that's been in contact with them, and then effectively quarantine that population. The challenges that we're experiencing in Shelby County are very consistent with what's happening across the U.S. There are significant delays from when an individual is tested until that report comes into public health. We're working with the laboratories to shorten that time frame, but we're also then working to try to fill in the gap by ensuring that employers have information so they can help identify people who need to be quarantined, as well as to have larger healthcare providers provide consistent education at the time of testing to, again, get people isolated and quarantined. We will also be working with funeral directors to see if there's ways to assure that those deaths that were presumptively COVID can be confirmed so that we can do the contact tracing relative to that. The third area is predicting the surge when we anticipate that our hospital capacity will be overwhelmed. The state health department has been working with Vanderbilt, and their goal was to have a predictive analytic model that could be used statewide. It's our understanding that that model has been completed, but it's not ready for prime time. So we'll be revisiting how we actually do that prediction locally. There's a system called the Health Resource Tracking System that's utilized to track bed availability as well as ventilator capacity and so on. That data system has been revised to add additional information that's specific to COVID. So that'll help us better understand where that capacity is within healthcare systems and where we're going to have that sort of intersection of lack of capacity and increased demand. The state under the Unified Command is also assisting all counties, but a big emphasis on Shelby County because we have the most cases, to be able to stand up an 1,000-bed hospital unit that's separate from the main hospital systems. My understanding is today or tomorrow that site will have been identified. What we do anticipate is there will be ongoing challenges with staffing, particularly with the current nursing shortage nationwide. And many nurses are being recruited with very high pay to areas that have a heavy burden of COVID. So we're really going to spend more time moving forward on focusing on staffing. And then last is assuring that there's sufficient personal protective equipment available for those who need it. And the only note that I'll make there, because this primarily falls under Director Jones and her area has been helping with this, is that the federal guidance for use of PPE is constantly revising based on information that we have about the epidemic. And so just to know that that guidance will change and we'll update it accordingly. So I will end there and ask if there's any specific questions for me before we turn it over.
Okay, I have Chairman Mark Billingsley. You have the floor, Chair.
Thank you so much. Dr. Haushalter, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I've got a couple questions, so you just might want to get a pen handy.
Okay.
And I'm just going to throw them all at you at one time, and if you could just address these. Number one is I am woefully concerned. I think I echo the concerns of Mayor Strickland. I am very concerned about the lack of compliance. At Shelby Farms last weekend, again, I'm a former board member of Shelby Farms. I'm a supporter of Shelby Farms, but people were almost toe to toe at Shelby Farms last weekend. I've spoken with Dwan Gilliam about trying to get them more support, but this is a serious health crisis. All you have to do is watch New York City to see how serious this is. In a second, could you address Shelby Farms Park specifically, because people are so close? Also, I've shared that some of the grocery stores are not compliant. There's one big box grocery store where literally in my neighborhood, people are within a foot of each other, and there's not an empty space in the parking lot. Secondly, and my next question is about tracing. Have you implemented the opportunity to get more tracing support through UT Health Science Center? And if so, how many people are working on tracing? And then lastly, later today, Dr. Haushalter, elected officials like me are very well intended. We want to do everything we can to give you and our emergency management staff the resources. I just want to be sure that we do not end up funding some things that you would have used in a different way, or you would have ordered a different quantity. Later today, we are going to consider funding 400,000 masks, 100,000 protective gowns, 20,000 protective goggles, 20,000 thermometers, 1 million pairs of gloves, and 20,000 COVID tests. Again, I would support anything in terms of funding COVID, but I want to be sure that, number one, we order the right quantity of what you need and the county needs, as well as if we do that, how will those materials be distributed? Those are my 3 areas of concern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'll start with the lack of compliance. What has happened to date is each municipality and the health department have addressed some of the individual complaints as they've come in. However, as part of the joint task force, what we've recognized is the need to have a concerted effort in a triage process that allows people to call in either 311 or the Mayor's Action Center, and then those complaints can be received and then appropriate staffing deployed to be able to address the issue. So an example will be in the park systems, that can be as much as I'll say citizen ambassadors. Obviously in the city it's the Blue Suede Brigade, but people who have been trained, and there's a training that's going to occur this week to be able to have people just go out and really through communication and as peers to be able to encourage people to move along. The other is that can be stepped up and potentially law enforcement can intervene. And then with the health directive, we have the ability to close public places and or we being the health department or businesses that are non-compliant, and working closely with Dr. Randolph to have the process in place that when the communication comes in, that he issues a very specific health directive. If that's not adhered to, then we can actually close. But one of the other things that is important, and I know this is also on the agenda today, is how do we continue to get the messaging out in a way that promotes people to take positive action and then have the enforcement as a safety net to be able to address that specific issue. You specifically talked about Shelby Farms, and I don't know if Chief Gillum is listening in, but he had previously talked about assuring that we have additional staffing at the county level to be able to outreach, particularly like to Shelby Farms, more as ambassadors to get people to move on and not necessarily congregate. This is a balancing act because we do know with people staying at home and engaging in social distancing, there are other unintended consequences of that. Depression, lack of physical activity, and other things that have negative health impacts. And so how do we balance people being able to engage in physical activity, but still not congregating? So it will be a lot of communication, social marketing, and then again, enforcement as a backup. Your other question, the third one, was about contact investigations and tracing. I'm going to use both those words. I think the word contact tracing gets thrown out a lot, but the actual term is contact investigation. And the reason I want to be clear on that is sometimes it takes an extensive amount of time to get all of the information to do the contact tracing. What we're experiencing is significant delays in reporting from the labs themselves and or the healthcare providers. So what is happening, unfortunately, is we may get a lab, the average report time from the day someone's tested till we get a lab report is somewhere from 6 to 10 days. At that point, an individual may be ready to return to work. And so we've got to spend our time and energy and effort to reduce that reporting lag so that we can do more timely contact investigations and tracing. As far as staffing, we have reassigned a lot of our internal staff to assist with investigations, tracing, and self-monitoring. We have a cadre of volunteers that's being trained this week. And then as soon as they're completed with training, they'll be able to add to our staff. Our ultimate goal, in addition to our own staff, we would want anywhere from 25 to 50 volunteers. The more that we have cases, the more staffing we're going to need for contact investigations. And we'll need to actually have those people working different hours. Currently, our staff work well into the evening, but we'll need to have potentially evening shifts. And so I want to reinforce that staffing, while it is somewhat of a challenge, it is not the main challenge. The main challenge is reporting. And then we additionally need to make sure that we have staff who can do data entry so that once those investigations are being worked, that we have that information in our technology and databases pretty quickly so that we can then extrapolate and analyze that data. UT is one of the organizations that offered volunteers. Baptist College of Nursing offered volunteers. The city offered volunteers. So we have a variety of organizations that are on that volunteer list. Your fourth question was about resources. And I would say that all of the PPE is needed. As more and more information is coming out, we do know that PPE is needed for a variety of roles. And so I would say that's definitely a need. There's also a need for much more effort on communications and being intentional about marketing and social marketing to communities that are underrepresented in testing so that we have a better understanding of what the true prevalence rate is within our community. And then I would also say that we really have to look at staffing over time. As a public health leader, I know that we historically advocate for additional positions and roles, but we know nationwide there's been a defunding of public health for decades. And there's significant shortages of staffing, significant shortages of nursing staff. And then we add to that really a fear that some employees may have around contracting COVID themselves. And so how do we incentivize those who are actually doing the work? And how do we, this is long-term, but how do we plan for the future so that we have sufficient public health workforce? And I think I've covered them all.
That, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Here.
I just want to publicly thank Dr. Haushalter and her team. I've been over at the emergency center numerous times and actually walked around with Mayor Harris to meet her team. I cannot overemphasize how hard her staff is working on the phones, on the computers, doing everything you can possibly imagine. It's quite honestly a sight to behold. And they get in early, they work extremely late. But Dr. Haushalter, you certainly shown your leadership over the last couple of weeks and been a great leader. The only thing I would just make a comment to you on, and again, we have to ask for the administration support. Communication is critical. And so the more you continue those press conferences, I think you do a great job with those. And I think the media and the public is hungry for those. If we could at least do those 6 days a week, I understand if potentially we don't do them on Sundays, but as I've said before, I don't think the disease has taken a day off, and you're there regardless. I know you're already working 7 days a week, but if we could have those at minimum 6 days a week, and if not 7 days a week, and try not to cancel those. And again, I appreciate all you're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Billingsley. Okay, in the queue, we have first Commissioner Milton, then we have Commissioner Jones, and then I want to give Dr. Jane about 5 minutes. As y'all know, we're trying to be timely, but this is extenuating we have extenuating circumstances here. We know what we're dealing with. So the time is 10:06. We're due to end this committee at 10:10. So if we can move pretty briskly, that I think will hopefully keep us halfway on schedule. Let's turn now to Commissioner Milton. And Commissioner Milton, maybe we can take 2 or 3 minutes and have Dr. Haushalter answer your questions, and we can move to Commissioner Jones and then to Dr. Jane. Commissioner Milton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will take in consideration a limited time. I want to thank Director Haushalter and Dr. Jane. I want to say how much I appreciate you being here and the work that you've done as well. I have several questions, but I'll limit it down to maybe just one. First, I concur with our chairman. I am frustrated with the lack of compliance. It is truly a concern of mine. I had some for Dr. Jane, but I think, Dr. Jane, I really want to direct one question to you. Your relationship with the city, you've been devoting a great deal of time there. Do you see any better way that the city and the county can collaborate more to address this issue?
Me? Okay, great. Thank you for unmuting me. Can you hear me, Commissioner Milton and team?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yes, so very good question. I think what we need to do is to make the public and our leadership become aware of the task force and what the task force is doing. So as you may know, at 8 a.m., a task force of maybe, I would say, 80 to 100 people gets together every morning. That's been going on for over 2 weeks. And that task force is addressing the very issues that we are discussing in real time. If the public were aware, the task force is functioning as a group, as a city and the county, I think that's an essential element of bringing the two groups together. Right now, there's 2 press conferences that happen, and there's been mention of a joint press conference for that. I think that's going to be critically important. At each level, all the different individuals are working together. So I think those are some of the ideas that could work well. Also, at the leadership level, I think a joint, both the city council and the commissioners, and as well as the mayors, meet virtually, I mean. I'll tell you this, the big concern is over the next 2 to 4 weeks, things are going to get worse before they get better. And we do not want panic to set in. And we want a set of combined preparedness and understanding and communication that happens. And I believe that would work well. Thank you.
One last point is that I represent District 10, which also includes much of South Memphis and Orange Mound. And I can tell you both that in dealing with this urban community, we're going to have to be creative in our how we reach out to these residents. There is a history of mistrust, and I would stress to you that we look outside the box in how we try to deal with the population. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Milton. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. Here's my question. And I'm hearing a lot of reports from businesses that are essential, that are able to work, but people are testing, positive. And so do these essential businesses that have a lot of people that are going in and out of them, are they reporting their findings when one of their employees have been tested positive, or because they're doing a lot of temperature checks and all of that? Are you guys getting that information on essential businesses that are allowed to open under the executive order for the city?
So the state law requires that healthcare providers, laboratories, and pharmacies report known infectious diseases, not businesses. But I'll kind of get to what information we are getting from businesses. When the what's called an investigation sheet is completed actually by the healthcare provider and the lab, employment is not listed, which is one of the gaps we're trying to get filled, because oftentimes we don't have the employer information till well down the line. And that's a systems issue, not a staffing issue. I frequently get calls throughout the day from employers who have an employee who tested positive and they're not sure what to do. So I've actually been working with Mr. Massey as well as Attorney Iverson to develop what would be an employer package. Here's what you need to know as an employer. Here's how you notify employees of the risk of being a contact. And here's the action you take to try to fill that in as a safety net. But the businesses do not report directly unless they just voluntarily call in.
Right. And I guess to my point on the side of caution, and to cut down the spread of this pandemic, something should happen with them because I, over on the city side, had to go to a site. I don't know, they were checking temperatures and doing all of that. And if they're not actively reporting, then that could be a problem with the numbers and how we do this. And I understand what you're saying, but I do think that really needs to be a part of it, because now you're having a lot of people within that social distancing environment, and someone comes up testing positive, and so and the measures that are being done in those areas, I think that's an important part that I think that truly needs.
So what I could do on our end, I appreciate the feedback. I can actually see if we can include that as part of a local health directive, or if that's something that the state commissioner can add to reporting requirements during an emergency. That would serve as an extra safety net to get information more quickly. So I'll elevate that today.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Jones. And the time now is 10:14. Dr. Jane, why don't you just give us a 45-minute sort of presentation, and then we'll go ahead and wrap this committee up. Dr. Jane.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Thank you, all commissioners. And thank you, Dr. Haushalter, for all your hard work. As you may know, Dr. Haushalter and I chair the Public Health and Hospitals part of the task force, and we've been working very closely together. I'm not going to repeat many of the things that she's said. I'm going to actually add on to many of those. So the first topic of 4 topics that I want to cover is our social distancing. And what we believe, what we need to do is develop some type of a measurement of what and how social distancing is being done. So for example, we could have photographs, and actually University of Memphis is working to help us, of different areas of the city, and have a measurement that we are at 30% social distancing, and then identify hotspots. That gives us a quantitative measure, and it allows us to then take action on that quantitative measure and then show that we have done what is available and necessary. The second is to think about developing a tool which can use our cell phones to get us better idea of where crowding is occurring and how many encounters that we've had. U of M is working on an app which will be potentially released by this Friday. And those 2 elements, the app and the photographs, can really help us put a quantitative measure on social distancing. What we have to understand is that this is not something that's going to go away, the COVID-19 issue, in just a few days or even a few weeks. We're really looking at months of this effort. The second point I want to talk about is the testing. The answer is testing, testing, testing.
Excuse me, Dr. Jane. Can everyone mute their lines? There's something coming in. Everyone mute their lines except for Dr. Jane, please.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Jane.
You can hear me. Okay. So the second point I want to make very quickly is about testing. We have to be doing testing. Right now, we're only doing 500 tests about in a day, which are for people who are symptomatic. We really need to go to maybe 2,000 to 3,000 tests a day. We have the capacity. Every single successful country and a city that has done this has contained the epidemic. You look at Hong Kong, you look at Singapore, you look at any of these things. So what I'm suggesting is go from 500 tests a day to 3,000 tests a day. And then who to test, we can talk about, which are our firefighters, our EMS, our healthcare workers. The third topic I want to talk about is the surge and the preparation for that at the hospital. To think about it, we will be getting a model from Vanderbilt, but to have you think broadly, I want you to think that for the surge, the number of hospital beds, we have, say, about 3,000. We need to be thinking double that. We look at ICUs right now at 500. We need to be looking maybe 6 to 8 times as more ICU beds. We have ventilators, about 700. We need to be looking 3 times as many. Any way you calculate it, it's a 1 or 2 multiplier for the need that we have. So just a big picture to help you understand the staffing. And the medical society is working with us to get retired doctors and medical students. And then lastly, I want to mention on how do we reopen. This is a critical concept that we need to have the hope, the vision in mind. I'm happy to share with you a PowerPoint presentation on that, but I would also ask you to take a look at this report, which is by Scott Gottlieb, the former FDA commissioner. President Trump and his staff are also looking at it very closely, and it provides us a very good outline of what things would be like if we try to reopen. Those were the 4 points I'll mention. Thank you so much. I'll add one more thing. I think there was a question on about tracing, critical element, and what we need to do is to the pipeline of information that is flowing for the tracing. There's many interruptions. That pipeline has to be unclogged. And to understand this, we have to go from a passive mode of the hospitals reporting to us to an active mode of making sure that anyone who is tested, that within hours, not days, we get the information back. I appreciate the time to present some of these ideas. Really appreciate Dr. Householder's leadership. We work together on all of these ideas, and many of them are her ideas as well. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Jane. Dr. Householder, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. Is there anything more that we could be doing from a legislative standpoint and from health and hospitals to assist you?
And I think from a legislative perspective, there's not a specific need at the current time. There's a lot of policies already in place that allow us to do what we need to do locally. I would say that the bigger piece that each commissioner can help us with is actually getting that message out to their constituents. I mean, you clearly have an audience that you have regularly, and getting the message out that social distancing works. There's a lot of focus on the surge because we know it'll come. That's something that people see and it's very tangible. But we know internationally that prevention works. So as much as we can focus on social distancing, the much more impact that we'll have on and extreme illness. So that's, I think, where each of you could help us, is getting that message out. There may be additional requests as the staffing needs grow across the county. It's not limited to public health. That might be something that's needed in the future, but not at the current time.
So I'll add to that, and just we really need to get the message out. We have already 70 or more patients. I'm an infectious disease doctor. I go in and see patients, and I'm seeing patients amongst the hospitals, already 70 or more COVID positive patients who are taking up the beds and ICUs, and over 140 who are potential COVID positive patients. So that volume is already coming into our hospitals in a big way, and the public just doesn't know that, I believe.
Okay, we have Commissioner Sawyer with a question, and Commissioner Sawyer asked us her question. We have a question from Commissioner Bradford. Dr. Jane said we need to move to 3,000 tests per day. Are there enough tests available to do that, to accomplish 3,000 tests a day? So more lead over, while first we hear from Commissioner Sawyer. Commissioner Sawyer, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you very much. So, heat map came out this weekend about the zip codes that are getting testing. That is part of what we're trying to resolve with our add-on resolution today, but we can only do so much. A couple of really quickly, Dr. Haushalter, can we get a breakdown of the data? We have constituents, and then I know a few of us commissioners would like to see the results by race and by zip code right now, as far as who's been tested and the deaths and infections.
So we actually have that data, and we've asked Joan to start adding that to our live stories page, but we can push that out. So every morning on that 8 o'clock task force call, we give updated data, and we can make that available to you as a PowerPoint. We can send it out if that's the easiest way to do it. Unfortunately, we are really struggling with the race and ethnicity data because it's not included in the lab report. And so it's not being collected until after the fact. So there's a little bit of a delay. So the proxy measure has to be by community and knowing the populations in those communities. So we are making the statement that communities of color are significantly underrepresented in the testing.
Right.
And we know specific zip codes are underrepresented. We had changed the heat map and have gone back to it being by zip code, so it's a little bit more clear to follow.
And you do that based on when people get tested, they give their address. So based on the address they give when they get tested.
Correct.
Okay. Not where they go to get tested, right?
Correct. It's the address of where they live.
Okay.
Now we can pull another set of data of which lab it came from, and to some degree, based on lab, we would know what site they went to. And we do have a little bit of data on sites, but we know the majority of tests are being done really at the big healthcare systems like Baptist, and then obviously through Tiger Lane. So getting the tests out in the community are going to be critical. There was a discussion this morning about transportation to testing sites. I fundamentally would prefer to have the testing sites go to people, because you don't want to transport people who may be infectious. So we're trying to look at whether we can have mobile sites that travel around.
I don't know if you saw, it was one of about 500 tests that LabCorp has delayed results on in Shelby County. And I tested on March 19th and still have not received the results. And I'm concerned, and I shared this concern with Christ Community, but all of the tests weren't their tests. But all 500 were LabCorp in Shelby County, is my understanding. That there's 499 people, not counting me, because I'm the 500th. I have the privilege and the ability to stay at home, right? Like I've been home since I tested on March 19th. And I was able to get retested yesterday, but 499 people have been waiting now 14 days for a test result. One doesn't add fidelity in communities with historical concerns about the medical field and those relationships. And two, isn't helping reduce the spread if people have exceeded the amount of time they can stay home and have had no communication. And so I would just like to ask that, like, as people are working with LabCorp or other labs, they're making sure that they're getting honest information about if something's being if the system's being overloaded, because I know there are other labs that can do that as well. And that's not to shade LabCorp, but just to share with you, if you did not know what situation is happening with that. And so I would just I think the most important thing for me is one, for make sure you knew about that, and then two, to make sure that we get that data as much as possible. That's helpful to know, because when I tested, they didn't ask my race, and so that is helpful to know that it's only after you get your results that they'll key it in So we don't have perfect data. It's just based on zip code. But if we can get that zip code data daily as well, it'd be great.
The other thing is that I know that some of the rapid tests are approved by the FDA, and so the more we can move towards rapid test results, there'll be benefits. And I think you've pointed out really what our dilemma is that if you're waiting 2 weeks for your results or longer, and then it may take additional days to come to public health, we cannot begin a contact investigation until the incubation period is almost over, which is why we continue to have spread in our community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sawyer. On that question, 3,000 tests per day, are we able to do so?
So I can answer that. Very good question. And the answer is yes, the capabilities of that are expanding. As you know, there were not enough test kits at the early stage. However, both AEL and some of the other institutions in UT is also working on it. And we are able to get to those numbers. All of this is sort of gradually upscaling. And we hear that their AEL is coming with a new machine by the end of this week that can do up to 5,000 plus more tests a day.
Thank you. I just had a note here from Defender, and we need to go ahead and wrap this up. This stuff is just so fluid. It's happening hour by hour. But I've just been advised that an officer at the detention center that houses our children, our youth, has tested positive. Several of the detainees, I believe, in juvenile court may have been exposed to this juvenile court detention officer. So attorneys who met with the children may now be exposed to and need to self-quarantine. Children have been isolated at the detention center, but have not been tested because they have not shown symptoms. So that's just at the juvenile court detention center, and that's from Public Defender Luco, who just texted me. So that may be coming up. We could continue on, and we know the issues. I think isolating the young people is good, and having everyone tested that the officer came in contact with and doing the tracing is good as well. But that only highlights the fact that once this breaks out in our detention centers, it's hard to socially distance those detainees and inmates. On the flip side, I mean, if they're not getting out, they're at least quarantined within their facility, but we should do everything we can to stop the spread within that facility and to make sure that those who are going in and out are properly tested as well, because they could be carrying the virus into those detainees and inmates from the outside. So I think we're good. I think what we'll probably do next, I heard, and this is from Chairman Billingsley, he said that he thought, you said, Dr. Jane, that 70,000 ICU beds are already in use. 70. Oh, 70 plus. Okay, thanks. All right. 70 beds are in use. Okay.
We can provide you with, Dr. Haushalter and I can provide you with some updated figures by the end of the day.
Okay, good. And what we'll probably do, and it might be advisable to have the healthcare agencies to come, as far as Baptist, Methodist, and Regional 1, to maybe have them at our next committee date, because those will probably be our 3 healthcare institutions that are treating individuals who show symptoms or have symptoms. And we see that there are issues all over the country, and I don't want this county to look like what it's looking like in some of the other areas who are just overburdened with all the individuals rushing into the hospital to be treated. So perhaps we can invite Methodist and Baptist and Regional 1 to come and speak to the committee at the next committee date, just to see how things are going with them. If you think that would be good, Director Haushalter. Okay. All right.
St. Francis as well, because St. Francis has been actively engaged.
Absolutely. That's correct. I apologize. And St. Francis. Okay. Let me see. I think Commissioner Sawyer, did you have anything to add about the juvenile detainees before we close this out? I see you are texting in the queue. Did you want to put anything else out on the floor?
Yeah, I'll just put it on record and be really quick about it, Chairman. Thank you for acknowledging that. I just want to say, Dr. Haushalter or anyone could chime in, Chairman Turner, why can't we just test the kids? My understanding is that most people under 40 aren't really showing strong symptoms anyway. Would it be preventative for us to go get in front of it and just test the 60 or 70 kids who are in detainment?
And Dr. Jane and I can offline. The disadvantage would be that they could test negative one day and be positive the next. So the timing of that testing would be critical, but we can talk about that as an option since this is a very vulnerable population.
Yes.
And we'll do
Okay.
that today. So we'll get back to you by email fairly quickly on what we would recommend if there was testing, when that testing should occur, and who should be tested.
Okay, thank you. All right. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Without any further business at this point for hospitals and health, we will adjourn hospitals and health. Thank you, Dr. Jane, and thank you, Director Householder.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Okay.
Commissioners,
Yes, sir.
we will now go back to budget and finance. We were about to, Commissioner Jones was about to speak with Regina Newman, our trustee, so I hand it back to our chairman of budget, Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. So,
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, could I again just ask all of our commissioners and anybody online, please mute your microphones because it's echoing really bad. So if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone.
all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are now back. So, and I'm gonna go, Trustee Newman. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
we
hear
can.
me?
Yes,
Thank
we can. All right, so we'll go back in and finish up budget and finance discussion item. And so we'll just hear from you now.
All right, that's wonderful. Thank you. Note to the organizer, when someone's supposed to speak, take them off mute. Moving on. We have presented this presentation that you see on the screen, and this is for FY21. That is got a lot of detail in it. Some of the questions that arose 2 or 3 weeks ago are not the focus of where we are now. And so what we were addressing was the historical collection percentage, the historical percentages that the levy goes down from year to year. The levy is the amount of taxes billed. So when the assessor sends over his certified assessment roll, as he did with us last week, we apply percentages to it and make a forecast for the coming year. And when we apply the tax to it and send out the bills, that is the amount of the levy. The levy is cyclical. This is the one thing that is probably most important to note as we go from year to year. The year of the reappraisal, the levy goes up. The next 3 years, due to appeals, et cetera, and other reasons cited in this report, the levy goes down. So you will have 1 year up and 3 years down, barring unusual economic circumstances as we appear to be going into right now and as we went through in 2008. So this report will address the historical numbers that everybody wanted for looking at the assessment and the levy and the collection percentages to make the forecast that we presented for the coming fiscal year FY21. That forecast is $770 million for current property taxes. We have included in that, since the assessment roll came in last week, a slight decrease in collection percentage based on what happened in 2008. We feel that we're being very aggressive about it. In 2008, the collection percentage dropped from 2007 by 0.59%, about a half a point. The next year in 2009, it dropped 0.8%, and that was due to the foreclosure crisis and the Great Recession. So when we projected for next year on the final certified roll, we used a 0.52%, which we feel is very aggressive. This is not yet a real estate crisis. We anticipate that next year it may be in commercial real estate. But in the meantime, you have growing and massive unemployment due to the pandemic, and assessments may be one thing, but there will be problems paying those bills for the first time in many years. As you can see, last year we collected 97.12% of all the tax levy. So I'm just going to throw this presentation to you. That's the gist of where the forecast came from for the coming year for current taxes, 770 million. And for example, this year it was 774. So these are the reasons for levy adjustments that occur within a year. There are a lot of reasons. It's not just appeals, it's pilots, it's businesses opening and closing, it's exemptions, it's correction of errors, it's new construction and new business, and all of those things go into why the levy changes. As the assessor said, actually we used a $5 million adjustment number for the coming year, which is the average that has occurred over the past few years. So we will go on and use $5 million for next year and assume that during the course of the year, the total assessments will go down about $5 million in tax. And so let me just suggest that you guys review this presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available by email and phone. I am at home. We had a diagnosis in our office, so we're all on 14 days. But that's the issue for the coming year. To go back to some things that the chief, well, does anybody have any questions about that before I go back to the present year? All right, to move back to FY20 where we are right now. We had on March 28th of last year collected 96.96% of the forecast. On March 28th of this year, we have collected 97.35% of the forecast. That is because the forecast was more realistic for the present year, but we are closer to being near the end than we have been. I can tell you this, we have not yet crunched all the March numbers since March ended last night. We will be doing that very shortly, and we will be presenting to you guys our third quarter report in a couple of weeks. And that will give us a better idea of where we will be at the end of this year. I can tell you up through last Monday, tax collections were fairly normal. And we set internal goals in our office for every month. And those goals were set long before this crisis was a thought in this country. And so last night we met our March goal and exceeded it by about $400,000. So kudos to my staff for the 80% of them who are working from home trying to collect taxes. But we do not anticipate the forecast that was made staying where we're going to be. Let me put that another way. We anticipate collections dropping for more than one reason. We had 2 tax sales scheduled for May 27th. We postponed them till August. Thought that was just something we needed to do at the time. And those tax sales, of course, bring in a lot of money. We had stopped dialing for dollars last Monday. I don't think that the public needs to be getting collection calls at the present time. We will evaluate that from time to time and see when that may be good to do. But right now we're in the midst of a pandemic, and so we are doing the best we can, and we will provide you within the next couple of weeks a projection for the current fiscal year and where we will end up. It's going to be estimated. So If anybody has any questions about that, I'm happy to answer them. Commissioner, unmute yourself. Still can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
They unmuted.
Yeah. Okay.
Wasn't me.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and I'm looking at my queue, I don't see, thank you for your report. And I don't see any commissioners at this time that wants to speak. So are there any commissioners that want to speak on this side, on the trustees report? Okay, seeing none, okay, Chairman.
Is Miss Crosby still with us?
I am.
Miss Crosby, on your previous presentation, it was a little concerning because of the amount of dollars uncollected to date. However, if you take a comparison to where we are last year, and I think you were able to calculate those numbers, we are only off by, what was your new calculation compared from last year to this year with collections? We're behind by about $500,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So
But last year, we did not meet our budget.
I totally understand that. I totally understand it. But again, I just want to be sure we're really clear on the facts, because I don't want people thinking we're $70 million behind.
Sure. The amount that we had left to collect at March 31st of last year was 70.5 million. The amount that we have left to collect as of March 30th this year is 71.0 million.
But based on where we were last year compared to this year, we are trending about $500,000 behind where we should be.
That is difficult because of the budget adjustment.
Okay.
To date, through 3/31, and yes, March 31st may have some revenue that was collected yesterday. But through 3/31 of 2019, we had collected, and this includes revenues that the trustee did not just mention in the property tax collection. We have about 143 million that's in our budget that she does not collect. She doesn't collect sales tax, she doesn't collect the wheel tax. So there are other numbers that the trustee doesn't, she's the banker for those, but she doesn't collect. As of March 31st, 2019, the county had collected $911 million. As of March 30th in 20, we've collected $903 million. That's okay. 911 million had been collected as of March 31st in 19. 903 million has been collected as of March 30th in 20. That's 7.6 million less, that unless we get 7.6 million yesterday in the March 31st collections, we're behind last year's absolute collections by 7.6.
Yeah, and also as you stated earlier, we know that the local sales tax is going to be down. We know that our fees are going to be down. So again, I think the overarching message is we've got to be as proactive as we can on cost cutting measures, because up until now we've done overall okay, but now with the coronavirus, it's going to be beyond a challenge. Correct?
That's correct. And at this point in the year, it's too late to somebody said, well, why don't you raise taxes? It's too late. The bills have already gone out. So there's nothing on the revenue side to do at this point in the year.
Okay. Budget Chairman Jones, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Ms. Crosby, and thanks to my kind friend Melvin Burgess and Miss Newman. Thank you.
Okay, so, Ms. Newman, go ahead. Can we unmute her? No, we still can't hear you. Can we unmute, Ms. Newman?
There's a PIN number she has to include in order to unmute on her side. She's on the line.
Okay, does she have that?
Chairman Jones is, I know we've still got one more item and we're getting behind, just FYI, because we still have a pretty big budget discussion on item number 2.
Absolutely, so,
Right. I am
okay,
now unmuted. Can you hear me?
yes,
Okay. I wanted to say two things. I wanted to say, due to the way we're processing payments because our staff is out of the office, we are posting them a day behind. That doesn't affect the taxpayers. They're posted for the day of the postmark, but they're being credited to our revenues a day behind. So we will get the 31st in April. If anybody has any questions about that, please let me know. And that's all I was going to add.
all right. First of all, thank all of you all, for your, reporting as it relates to, our budget, our revenues. And so, once again, thank you all. And then now, we're gonna go ahead on and move to item number 2. So, Madam Parliamentarian, can you please read item number 2? Oh, hold on. Well, you muted. Hold on. All right, Madam Parliamentarian.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Okay, item 2 is a resolution to amend the FY 2020 general operating budget and position control budget to reduce personnel and operating and maintenance appropriations, establish a moratorium until June 30th, 2020 on all expenditures, except for expenditures involving essential functions, and amend the FY 2020 general operating budget to fund necessary COVID-19 response. This item requires the reduction of FY 2020 general fund budget appropriations related to personnel and operating and maintenance expenditures in an amount of $10,014,566 and an increase in the FY 2020 general fund budget appropriations related to operating and maintenance expenditures in the amount of $2 million. Sponsored by Chair Pro Tem Eddie S. Jones Jr. and Chairman Mark Billingsley. This is an add-on to be considered in April 1st, 2020 committee meeting.
All right, I'll move it. I just need a seconder.
I second the motion.
Okay. And I see, Commissioner Ford. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Commissioner Ford?
And now, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
All right.
All right. So did you have a question or something on this item?
Yeah, hopefully we can do this, Chairman. We've heard a lot of critical information from our CFO, assessor, and trustee regarding numbers for FY 20 and the shortfalls. And at the same time, we've heard from Dr. Haushalter and Dr. Jane concerning the pandemic today. This resolution in front of us, I'm assuming, is trying to attempt to remedy both of these concerns. However, after reading the resolution and conferring with several of our electeds, including clerks as well as courts, many of them who are online now, they have articulated that this resolution will bring serious challenges to their daily operations, especially those that generate revenue for the county. it was already put out there a little bit, so let me go ahead and mention it now. Commissioner Sawyer and I have had numerous people in the county, many in our district, and I know commissioners have as well, that have asked for action. I'll let Commissioner Sawyer speak for herself, but we're working to tackle these concerns. And we've talked to those who will offer additional beds as well as necessary supplies, PPE, and how to get that to our county. So I'm thinking, in order to separate what I believe should be two different conversations, because I know we have a lot of clerks and others online. If you look at the resolution that's on the floor right now, one concerning about $8 million in cuts and $2 million for COVID-19 measures, I'd like to move that we bifurcate this item to discuss both separately. I agree with Dr. Haushalter that a concerted effort is warranted, and this should be a step to ensure that. The resolution that Commissioner Sawyer and I have, that you've also sponsored, does discuss us looking at getting PPE as soon as possible. You heard Dr. Jane already discuss that whatever we have right now, we really need to, at minimum, triple that. We also heard that staffing and workforce are going to be limiting factors for future actions. And CAO McGowan and I have been texting each other. He said that those will be factors. It's been brought to our attention that things will get worse before they get better. So preparedness is of paramount importance. And it was also mentioned by one of my colleagues that we don't want our county to be overburdened like others that we see on TV. So I'd like to do this if we could. If we could bifurcate this item to where the 2 million is discussed, and we could possibly bring up the resolution that I know that Chairman Billingsley discussed a little bit. And then if we're able to dispose that, if we could refer the other item with the 8 million to a future budget meeting so that the clerks can confer together as well as the administration as well. So I'd like to see it go that way. So in order to try to get it started, I'd like to move to bifurcate this item to discuss both items separately.
Okay, that you are moving. I'm pretty sure that people are muted, so I'll second it. So now, so you have a motion on the floor to bifurcate the 2 million and then deal with them separately.
Correct.
Okay, so commissioners, can we do this without objection? But I do see Commissioner Milton who has a question. So let me go to Commissioner Milton. Can we get Commissioner Milton in and unmute his mic?
Yeah, there we go. Boy, it's tricky sometimes. Commissioner Ford, clarity, if I may ask Commissioner Chairman Jones, Commissioner Ford, you're saying one bifurcate this so that we can look at both issues separately, but
Correct.
Also at the same time you said the 8 million we look at putting it off to a later date. Was your point? Was that we're going to discuss both issues now, correct?
So what I like to do is, because I know you've probably been getting the phone calls and everything, many of the clerks that I've talked to have informed me that they would like to see the part that involves their divisions getting cut to be referred back to committee. But we've also had the conversation stating that we need to be vigilant on getting more PPE and other items. So instead of holding everything off and sitting on that and not being able to at least do the part where we can look at purchasing gowns and masks, etc., we could bifurcate to where we deal with the PPE piece first, the resolution that Commissioner Sawyer and I want to bring, and then we can discuss possibly referring the other item that affects the clerks separately.
Understood. I wouldn't have a personal problem with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Sawyer.
Hey, I don't want to speak on the bifurcation. We can vote on that. I want to speak once we bifurcate. Sorry.
Okay, all right, okay. So we now have that on the floor, and are there answer questions? So are there any objections to the bifurcating? Oh, Mayor Harris. Uh, can we unmute the mayor? All right, Mayor. He's still
Hey.
muted.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Okay. Very good. Sorry, I think it was on my end. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think we're at the will of the commission. The reality is one way or another, we will have to make some cuts this budget season. And we will still have some severe challenges even with the cuts. So I think we're okay with what the commission decides. I don't know if you guys have heard any of the presentations around this package as I just joined in. So I may caution you all to just hear some of the presentation materials if you haven't already. The other thing that I would mention is if we are inclined to spend $2 million more in deficit spending without a revenue source, that's going to make our budget season even that much trickier. So, I'm at the will of the commission. I think you have a bunch of options, maybe more discussion, maybe presentations, maybe a delay on the entire package. But I would caution us to spend more without a revenue source because our budget this season is going to be extremely challenging, and I just don't know how we get out of this budget season without some cuts and even some additional revenue. So I'm subject to the will of the commission. I'm happy to hear more conversation on it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Chairman Billingsley.
I call the question on bifurcating. I have no issues with bifurcating it, but I would like to hear both issues today.
Absolutely. All right. So the question has been called to bifurcate. So let's prepare the screen for a roll call vote.
Why are we doing a roll call vote?
There's a motion on the floor to bifurcate item number 2.
Was there an objection?
No objection. No objection.
So I don't think you have to do a roll call. You can do it without objection. So bifurcated.
Okay.
I just wanted something from the clerk. Is the bifurcated item number 4?
That would come up later.
We've already got an add-on, so it will have to be number 5.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. My apologies for interrupting.
Okay. Nope. All right. So are there any objections to bifurcating? Hearing none, then that item is bifurcated. Now we will go back to number 2, and then we'll proceed to 5. So item 2. So here's what I want to say about item 2. So I received some phone calls. Yesterday I was on a conference call, and it was with the clerks. Last night, I received multiple phone calls from the judicial side, and none of them were on the phone call in the conference, and they had a lot of concerns, and seeing how what you would be cutting from them is $3 million, they requested time to meet with the administration on this item, because they was like, okay, we don't know anything about it. I got this call late last night. And in fairness to them and the clerks pretty much got it yesterday at 2. If we can spend some time and the administration go ahead on and get with all of these different departments from the judicial and even looking at what the trustee told us, yes, there are some concerns and shortfalls, but in fairness to all that we're asking to cut their budgets, I do think they need to be included in the conversation. So, and so that we don't prolong this and, okay, hold on. There's some that want to speak on this. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Sawyer first, and then we're going to go to Commissioner Brooks. So Commissioner Sawyer, is your question relevant to the bifurcated part of the 8 million?
The 2 million out of the 8 million, yes, that part.
No, well, that's going to come up on item number 5.
Okay.
All right, I'll
Right
wait
now.
till the end. I'll wait till the end for you. Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Brooks, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have received calls from several clerks, and the request was, could we defer that item to the next committee meeting to give the opportunity for finance to socialize these concerns with them? One clerk indicated for me it could result in laying off staff based upon the request. And so I was just wanting to share that with my colleagues that they would like to have an opportunity to socialize the request with the administration, and by deferring it to the next committee meeting, they feel they can accomplish their goal.
All right, thank you. Okay. Chairman, you have something?
Yes, Chairman, I would like to ask Mayor Harris and the CFO to please weigh in on this. I think that we are in unprecedented times. We are respectfully asking for a 2.5% cut in expenses that have not been spent yet. Again, we have 3 months in this remaining fiscal year of 2020 for Shelby County. Again, these are unprecedented times. We need the cooperation and the help of every elected official to tighten their belts. I cannot imagine that any family in Shelby County right now is operating as business as usual. And I think our families and our constituents will be cutting a lot more than 2.5% in unspent dollars. And so again, I have a little problem with the delay, but I have more than a problem with the delay in that we're asking for 2.5% cuts in unspent dollars. And so I'd like to ask Ms. Crosby, our CFO, and to the mayor to weigh in on the necessity to do this at this time.
Certainly. Thank you for that opportunity. Cutting expenses is never easy. As you mentioned, Chairman Billingsley, it is not easy to figure out what to cut out of your family budget. It is not easy to figure out what to cut out of an office budget. Prior to this coronavirus crisis, several commissioners, including Commissioner Jones, had asked for historical underspending. Commissioner Whaley had asked for a cost-based budget. So we had begun a detailed review of historical spending by department, historical vacancies, vacancy savings, I know are a big question to that, but we had been looking at these matters. And with this in hand, when the economic fallout of this coronavirus began, for us in the county, that's been a hit to our pension fund that has been tremendous. That has been the inability for us to sell 150 million of our variable rate bonds in the markets 2 weeks ago. They sell weekly and they could not be sold to investors. Double A plus paper that could not be sold. So these financial impacts began really to be felt 2 weeks ago for the county. And we looked at starting last week when the unemployment numbers came in, what can we do to restrain our spending at this point in time, like every household in our community is having to do in this crisis? And so looking at historical spending and what the departments had spent through February, projecting that out till the end of the fiscal year. So the 8 months through February plus 4 additional months of spending at that time, what could be cut out of each department and not have them go into the red? So this for based on just numbers, and yes, we have not met with every division, but these are numbers that are factual. 2 + 2 = 4, and they would not go into the red with these cuts. They would be able to continue staffing. There may be 1 or 2 cases where somebody got hired in the month of March, and we need to make an allowance for that hire in the month of March so that person isn't laid off. But there are other divisions that have more vacancies. So this is a cut requesting $10 million that is based on historical underspending and underspending in this year to date.
Okay, so hold on, I got some more people on the board. However, now, I know we're saying it's 2% across the board, but some of these departments, it's when I look at the spreadsheet, that's 20%, 23% in O&M, and then you have some high percentages.
Commissioner Jones, it is 6% of the divisions that are being cut. There are no cuts to the emergency management, the health services, community service, or public safety.
Right.
There are
No,
cuts
no,
to
no,
finance.
but when you say 2% across the board, and now you're saying 6%, I just want to be clear on that, because when I look at this spreadsheet, it clearly is showing some big numbers out of some of these offices in O&M and some in personnel, up to 11%, 13% just in personnel. So, and if you're asking them to do that out of theirs, especially the judges, because they don't know anything about it. They heard about it and they start calling. And so for me, it's just, I don't have a problem if you just talk to them, and because the resolution is telling them, okay, you go find the cuts, and in these 2 areas, I think just a sit down with them could help them to manage this, because what they're seeing is like, okay, so where am I going to cut this from? I only get 2 areas to choose from, and that's personnel and operation and maintenance, the O&M. So some of them have some huge cuts in it. That's all I'm saying. So,
and if you look at CFO finance, those are 2 of the biggest out there. And those that when you look at personnel and operations and maintenance, those are the 2 large categories. So there are different lines within personnel, and there are different lines within O&M. And that's what we, prior to next Tuesday, we're hoping, and next Monday even, we're hoping to get together with each department and see what lines they can cut within personnel and within O&M.
right. So basically, go ahead on and do this and then get with them later? Or should we get with them and then, I just think you need to get with them, especially the judges. I got so many calls from them, and they were already screaming about how tight their budgets are, and they don't know, and you got so many different courts and all of this. So if you don't break it down by particular divisions, okay, in this one, we want this to get to this, I'm gonna take general sessions. So there's almost $3 million that you want to cut off of the judicial side, but none of these people had a conversation about it. And I get what we're doing, but in fairness to them, I don't, so are you saying that we have to do this today, or we're putting ourselves in greater harm by not doing it
If
today?
you don't do it today, people will keep spending. And unfortunately, we have had 3 years of budgets that were adopted as a deficit. This November, our general fund balance was $368,000. We are currently, based on before all this hit, we were projected to run a $7.9 million deficit in 2020. Before, if all of our revenues that are projected came in, we would still be running a $7.9 million deficit. And our balance was only $368,000 in November. So we don't have any room. And if we could go back to where we were in 06 and borrow to pay our tax bills again, we used to borrow to pay payroll. In 06, we borrowed to make our payroll. But unfortunately, the financial markets have been frozen, and we were unable to sell our already issued outstanding variable rate bonds 2 weeks ago. So we would not be able to access the market right now in an easy way at any attractive rate. Our rate ended up being 7.5% on that money. That's $1 million a month additional in debt service due to the financial markets freezing up. For us to access the market at 7.5% in order to pay payroll next November, we may not even be able to do that. So it is up to the commission, but unfortunately, we no longer have the rainy day reserves to carry us through this.
Okay, I got all that. Let me go to the board so that we don't prolong it. So, Madam Trustee, you're up.
All right. Apparently I'm unmuted. We got our numbers late yesterday at 4:30. And I don't know where the 2.5% or the 6% are coming from, because my numbers are 9.5%. Someone wants to cut 9.5% from the budget and the last 25% of the year, when that's when our expenses are incurred. And that's not going to help the revenue picture. And we are looking on the personnel side at 5 to 6 layoffs, if that is the number to stick with. On the O&M side, the funds that are left are encumbered. They're either encumbered or contracted for the legal services we have to provide by law, which is the annual lawsuit, which has been filed in March, the end of March, this week, and the certified mail, postage, printing service, and everything that goes with it. So that's great to put a number on a piece of paper, but with no conversation about it and when we got the number, it says, let us know if these are encumbered. So they're not really there. These funds are not available. It's not only impossible to find them, they're just not there. So I think the conversation needs to occur, and believe me, we are more than happy to try to help. And the conversation needs to occur, though, before the numbers are put to paper. 9.5% from your biggest revenue source, your biggest revenue producing department, is not going to help the revenue picture. The pandemic has not decreased our budget, it has increased it. When we looked at our budget for the end of February, and I'll also say that because for the end of March, we don't have those numbers yet. We're going to look at them early next week. But for the end of February, we had anticipated an overage of $47,000 in personnel, not $279. And we had anticipated an overage of $48,000 in O&M. That's what we had before the pandemic spending, which is $96,000. And I'd be happy to throw that out there. And if that equals 2.5% of the budget, great. But I'm going to encourage the commission to allow the departments who just got this information last night to look at their budgets through the end of March, see what's there, make a measured decision on it, and meet with finance and find out where we can go with it. And so if you guys would please roll this to the next committee meeting, we will do everything we can. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to speak up on this as well. I certainly sympathize with both the administration and with the elected officials. I guess my question is, because this is a crisis, because we do need to get it done, are those well, at the same time, it's important to be very fiscally responsible in this emergency. It's also very necessary that we communicate well. So those two things together seem to be the two important pieces here. My question is, can we get those conversations done between now and Monday, seeing as it is an emergency? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Crosby, you can answer that.
We have begun those conversations, and I would hope that we could get them done by Monday.
Okay. All right, let me go back to the Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Crosby. I concur and agree with Commissioner Wright's comment just now that this is an emergency situation, and it just seems quite clear to me that that everyone's going to be required to make some cuts to make us able to meet our budget in a responsible and prudent way. And perhaps we're going to have to continue some of these cuts on an ongoing basis, not just for this short time, because it seems to me we're going to have less growth in the coming year as a county than anticipated. And so when that happens, you know, it's necessary to make cuts in order to meet budget, or else we could put ourselves in a real emergency or dire situation. So I just appreciate the forethought of our finance department and the chairman in bringing this to us. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree there needs to be a cut. The times the way they are now. One comment I was going to make was what Commissioner Wright made about, is Monday enough time to communicate? But my issue on this is that the clerks and the courts were not notified or communicated with until yesterday afternoon. I find that very frustrating. CFO Crosby, I've heard you talk about needed a 2.5%, and I do agree there needs to be cut, but the communication, it just boils my blood a little that these offices were not communicated with beforehand. And my question, the money that is being cut, the 2.5%, is that money noted, or is it just in a fund to be used later? It won't come back as a project, oh, here's $10 million or $8 million that we cut and we now have to spend on a project, is my next question. Thank you.
Certainly. And the timing is, I do not like doing things at the last minute. I was working on these numbers on Monday and sent this, had this together on Monday. It was last week that we were really cutting this data and had a summary about this Monday. So it was the day after when they got it. In terms of what this is going towards, we are 7.6 million behind the amount of revenue we had collected a year ago. I don't see the wheel tax coming in at 9.5 million more before the end of June. The Clerk Halbert has had to close her office. The state has extended that deadline for renewals. I don't see all of our delinquent taxes coming in. If businesses were already in enough trouble that they couldn't pay their taxes before, how are they going to pay them now? So if we get through with only an $8 million revenue shortfall, which is what 8 million of this in the resolution that you have, 8 million of this was to make up for a revenue shortfall, 2 million was to fund emergency needs. I think we will be doing well if we get through with only an 8 billion revenue shortfall.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ford.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
All right, and Commissioner Jones, I'm gonna need you for the second part. So Dr. Hall yesterday gave me a spreadsheet, and this is the one I think you were going to give me, CFO, that stated that $20+ million set of requests.
Yes.
Let's say that this delay passes. I want both sides to do this. There was a list that was given to me about $20 million worth of ask. When I look at it separately, I see about 2.1 million extra judicial, another 2.1 million other elected. That's about $4.2 million. But then there were about $13 million worth of verbal requests. If this delay passes, if those electeds can like justify the ask one more time, I know they have already come to the commission, but I believe it's going to need another set of eyes to look at this again. I also ask this because when I read the resolution that's on the floor twice yesterday, and I had the same concern, and I articulated it to the CAO and his deputy, my concerns were this 8 million, where is it exactly going to go? Because the way that I read it, and this is where I need you, Commissioner Jones, the resolution, in the way I read it, says that the number sets the FY 2021 budget. What legislative authority or lack thereof do we have if we come back to this item and it actually passes, but that $8 million for some reason is not needed? It sort of goes with what Commissioner Mills was asking. We wouldn't want this $8 million to be just a plug for something else instead of doing what you're genuinely saying, CFO. So my question to the chair of the budget committee is, what legislative authority or lack thereof do we have if the $8 million, the cut actually passes, whether the delay is denied today and is voted on, or Monday? You know where I'm going with that, right?
I think I'm following you. Keep going.
So I'll make it real simple. The resolution says that the number sets the FY 2021 budget. If that $8 million is set to the side, but that 8 million may not necessarily be spent, I don't think we have any line item authority or anything like that. I think if it passes, then that's a done deal. And if it comes into another form, then that's it, right?
All right, so go ahead, Ms. Crosby.
Normally, when you adopt a budget, you have your revenues and you have your expenditures, and your revenues are set to exceed your expenditures. I truly believe that we are going to see a substantial revenue hit for the remainder of the year. And if that cuts our revenues and we don't cut our expenditures, then we will be in a further deficit from the 7.9 million we're currently running. So it is not that it's going into some fund somewhere, the expenditure cut, it's that our revenues are already being reduced.
Right, didn't read it in the resolution. That's why my concern is it possibly going wherever. I mean, if it was articulated in the resolution, it'd be more palatable to me. However, I don't see it, and I have concerns and reservations. And that's why I'm asking more seasoned commissioners who have seen this at least 6 years. What is the process? Because you've seen it more times than I have.
If it had to go to another expense, that expense for 8 million would come before the commission. So you would know that it was being spent somewhere else. At this point, it's not 8 million going somewhere else. It's 8 million that's coming out of revenue, and therefore it needs to come out of expenses too.
Okay, so let me kind of answer this. I think I can answer this. So basically, there's a $7 million shortfall for the FY20 budget. And this $8 million is to make up for the shortfall that we have to pay for in this fiscal year. And is that correct, Ms. Crosby?
That is, I will add 7.9 as our current deficit. I believe we will go at least an additional 8 million on top of that, which is 15.9. And therefore, we need to reduce our expenses somewhat to make up for that shortfall.
And that's for the FY20.
That's 20. We're talking 20.
Now, Commissioner Ford. So basically, those dollars are for the cost of the FY20 budget that we already adopted. And so moving forward for the FY21, to your point, those dollars would not move to FY21, but make us whole in FY20. That's the current fiscal year now. So is that exactly what you were saying? And I'm trying to put it in layman's terms so that we all have understanding. These are the bills that we got to pay for that we've already adopted, that we have a shortfall in revenue collections.
Right. And the way that I read it, it sets the 21 budget, and these cuts would be permanent based on this resolution. I'm just looking at everything. I just want to make sure that what I read is what everybody's interpreting as well. And that's why I'm asking for the guidance of you, Budget Chair, because I wouldn't want to support or reject something and then there's some unintended consequences that happen right after the vote. And that's all I have. I know the chairman wants to go ahead and talk as well. And I think Clerk Halbert was trying to get in as well.
I'm still going down the list. Thank you for yielding. Let's see who's next. Chairman. Well, I guess he took a phone call. I'll come back to him. Clerk
I'm
Halbert.
right here. I'm right
Are you
here.
here? All right.
Let me defer to Clerk Halbert since she hasn't had a chance to speak, and then can I follow Clerk Halbert, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Clerk Halbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me thank all of you because I know these are difficult times for all of us. But one of the commissioners, I think it was Commissioner Wright, said something that I think is extremely important. And that is the frustration of having to get these last minute phone calls about decisions that have already been made without including us at the table so that the administration can know exactly how their perception of those decisions could potentially affect our organizations. And we've been hearing every reason to justify these cuts, from the pandemic to now the current budget and the revenue shortfall, projected revenue shortfall. But we do actually have some very serious issues as a result of this pandemic. And even as of today, I've literally had to send yet another email and ask if we could, as elected officials, if we could just get the notices about what's going on in Shelby County government. And with that being said, in our office particularly, it is really difficult to attempt to maneuver or change things without someone discussing the issues with us. I'll take, for example, one of the biggest problems that we have is because currently automobile dealers are an essential business. We have had positive testing in our organization as well. And so we've had to literally shut down 7 locations. And with the auto dealers still being in business, it could take us anywhere from 15 to 30 plus minutes to do one auto dealer pack. We're now right at 200 packs behind. And so some of those issues that we've been talking to you all about before now, we're still working through some of those challenges. And some of our money was including the temporary staffing we knew we were going to need, not just for our core services. Now we have a different kind of problem because of this pandemic. So I would respectfully like to ask you all, especially in light of the fact that Friday is a holiday, I would be more than willing to sit and talk and try to see how we can help and work this out. But we need to be engaged at the table and not the administration just literally telling our organizations where they have chosen to cut. That's what is going to get us potentially in a different kind of trouble. And then finally, I would just like to say this. This last year and a half has been very difficult for me personally as an elected official. And I have come to you all in good faith and put on the table a number of issues that I even just found out yesterday. You all may not have even been given full disclosure or full information outside of my organization. And so when we're going to always have some challenges as government and as government officials, but it sure would be nice if we could professionally and respectfully work together. And during times like this, we won't find ourselves bumping our heads against the wall. Just let's get together, talk about what the needs are. But we just finished having a tremendous conversation about investing in the MATA bus service, which is not a Shelby County issue. We should have been talking about some of these issues because we should always have first, second, third, fourth options on the table in case anything challenges this government body and we have to change our core services and how we provide them. So I look forward to getting a phone call, and I would like to talk to whoever we need to talk to try to see how we can help. But we got to be at the table because our core services will be severely impacted if the wrong move is made. And our organization is going to be carrying a tremendous load with regard to not having the resources that we traditionally are able to put in the coffers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I want to go back to Chairman Billingsley.
I'll echo Commissioner Mills's comment earlier about the notification. Like the other elected officials, I received notification 2 hours before the meeting. I think that was an error in judgment. Again, I'm very supportive of the administration, but a 2-hour notice is not enough time to have a partnership. And so I do want to say that's got to improve. We can't do that again. I wasn't even able to participate in that call because I had another meeting set, and there are very few people that can spin on a dime with 2 hours notice. So I would just ask the administration that that does not occur again, because it sets us up for these type of conversations, which are already difficult, but it makes it especially difficult when partners don't feel equal at the table. So I do acknowledge that, and the county commission was not any different than anybody else. So we need to fix that going forward. I am hearing what the elected officials are saying. As chairman of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, if we need to extend for a few more days, I can live with that. But I do think elected officials, including the county commissioners, are going to have to realize this. It honestly can't be a conversation where any of us have any holy projects that can't be considered being cut. We're asking for a 2.5% cut in expenses. And again, based on what I've heard today, we need to do that thoughtfully. But my concern as a commissioner is about our staff and how we render county services. And so I would rather see a thoughtful cut in expenses versus having to lay people off. Our county employees were very lucky that they didn't get furloughed. In my own city of Germantown, where I'm a former city councilman, 250 part-time employees were given almost no notice because it's an emergency situation. They were laid off with a couple days notice, and they're out of a job today. I've got another friend who's a block from here who laid off 500 employees. So commissioners and to the elected officials, I would just ask if when we do have a conversation, that everybody comes to the table with some openness, because if an elected official comes to the table saying, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. That's not a conversation. And again, just like I argued and was pretty vocal about robbing emergency funds for furniture, just weeks ago, I argued we could have an earthquake, we could have a fire, we could have something in Shelby County. Well, we didn't have those things, but we did have the coronavirus. And just weeks ago, we spent $250,000 out of a PAYGO account for furniture. Now, and I'm not blaming anybody, but it's time to wake up. We're in the midst of a pandemic. I'm happy to extend for a few more days, but I'm telling you, if we don't do that, the people right now that are asking for increases and protecting their budgets, they're going to end up out of a job. And so I hate to for it to for it to sound like that, but the reality is, do you want to make cuts or do you want to furlough people? I would like to see government operate to the best of our ability without furloughing people and people losing their jobs. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened to everyone's comments, and I think we're in a territory, and we're dealing with the issue that we've never dealt with before. And so, overall, you have to look to what the people want. And I think the people want us to do what's necessary to protect the government and to protect them during this pandemic crisis. I've been getting text messages from several of the electeds, and we're all friends. Most of us knew one another before we even entered into politics. And so those relationships and friendships are still there. And I think what they're asking for is more time. They're asking for equity and fairness, whether it's we're about to approach a new appraisal for reappraisal, or whether we need to finish collecting all the property taxes. I think there are very good reasons why we should, hear out all the elected officials, and, as we've stated in the past, use a scalpel and not a butcher knife to go through and just cut everybody evenly, but perhaps we need a scalpel to surgically cut out the fat, as what Chairman Billingsley indicated, cut out the expenses that we need to pull out, and not just go through and butcher everyone's budget. And I think that's what they're asking for, and I think that's what's needed. And to Chairman Billingsley's point, we can't be naive enough to approach this saying there cannot be any cuts. I mean, it's too critical. Lives are on the line. And again, we are undergoing a pandemic crisis that has never before happened in our lifetimes. And so we're going to have to make cuts, and that's going to be on us too. We're going to have to cut, our budget. The mayor is going to have to cut his budget. Everyone is going to have to feel a little pain so that we can hopefully preserve jobs and preserve the quality and value of the services that Shelby County renders to its citizens. So hopefully, with all that in mind, we will be able to have a true and transparent conversation and understand that in this crisis, everybody's going to have to hurt a little bit, but we're just trying to make it so, we're not cutting jobs and not really doing a butcher, a butcher job of just going through and just cutting across the board evenly. And so with that in mind, I support I think it was a bifurcation, the delay. We know that we have to reconvene on Monday, and there's time between now and Monday to go through the budget and hopefully cut out excess, cut out unneeded expenditures, hold on projects that we were hoping to do but can't do now, and really focus our attention on the health of this community and trying to fight against this pandemic crisis. I appreciate the fine job you're doing, Mr. Budget Chair Jones, and also Mr. Budget Vice Chair Ford. A lot of this falls on your shoulders. Y'all did a yeoman's job last budget season, and we're calling on you two gentlemen again to, step up to the plate and make this budget season right as well. So we thank you for addressing this. This is going to be probably the most critical period. In our service as commissioners, having to figure a budget around the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, and we appreciate your leadership. Thank you also, Mr. Chairman Billsley, for your leadership as well. And I thank the mayor. I know the call was quick, but it's not like, we're not watching every day, every night, every hour that all hell is breaking loose, quite honestly. I mean, you cut on the CNN, man, it's just like, man, it's really breathtaking, the magnitude of what's happening in the whole world. So I don't think this was anything the mayor planned. He had to act timely, and I think he's doing the best job that he can do. And, we just don't have a lot of time. And so I know that it was uncomfortable, but I don't totally hold that against Mayor Harris for having to make such a quick decision. And it's uncomfortable, and hopefully all the elected officials and commissioners can pull together and understand that, this wasn't something that he personally wanted to do to offend them and upset them. But we are dealing with the crisis. And I know there was a word that came forward which stated that the immediate crisis perhaps is not now, but we can't plan budgets for the here and now. We have to plan budgets out for the future. And so I think that's why this Madam CFO is really pushing hard on this issue. So hopefully we can come together and get this worked out. Thanks again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Mayor Harris.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I think I concur with everything that I heard. I just want to flag that we're okay if the commission wants to delay this and talk about it more, but we just want to make sure the commission understands that if we delay these kinds of decisions into FY21, I just want everybody to expect that the cuts we'll propose will be larger than the cuts currently on the table. Right, the cuts we propose in FY21 will be larger than the cuts that are currently on the table. Chairman Turner just mentioned a minute ago, the sands have shifted very, very rapidly. It was probably 2 weeks ago that we tried to refinance about 150 million in long-term debt, and we could not refinance it. That is to say, 2 weeks ago, there was no marketplace for our long-term debt. So how we would have gotten out of that situation without being able to refinance $150 million in debt, I can't tell you. Fortunately, the federal government, well, actually the Fed in this case, stepped in to save local governments that were in that pickle and offered to buy up any debt or guarantee any debt sales. That was just 2 weeks ago. Again, the market for long-term debt for municipalities did not exist 2 weeks ago. That's how rapidly the sands are shifting. I should also flag that there is a reasonable possibility that this discussion that we're having today, and if it extends to the budget cycle, that's fine if that's the will of the commission. This conversation that we're having right now is just phase one. In other words, we can have a reasonable expectation that as we go down the line, there will be a phase two of this discussion and perhaps even a phase three. In September, you can expect to see a significant amount of layoffs. Right now, the stimulus package makes organizations kind of hold off on the layoffs until September. But starting in September, you'll see a significant economic dislocation. And so around that time, we'll also have to have a phase two of this discussion and perhaps even a phase three. With that, again, we defer to the will of the commission. If we want a little more time here, we're totally, we'll go with what the commission decides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so that's the last person in the queue. And so I will, you have something else, Mayor Harris?
No.
Okay. And so I'll just wrap this up by saying, in looking at this and giving them the time to the other electeds to get with the administration and to see where we can make cuts. And I think that's what we need to do on the front end. You got to remember now, a lot of them are revenue offices that are revenue generators for us. So I think to Commissioner Turner, not the butcher knife, but let's get a scalpel and carve it out that is is financially and economically affordable for us, because I don't want to do something that creates an even bigger problem when we have to make big cuts in our revenue generator offices. So with that being said, I would move to send this down without recommendation. I just need a second on that, and then ask the administration to get with all of these offices in preparation for Monday to see how we move forward. And so I just like to put a motion just to send this down without a recommendation, and for the administration to get with all of these.
Clarification, Commissioner Jones, what are we sending down? Are we sending down both bifurcated items, the
No,
10
we actually are sending down the I think it's 8 million, because we bifurcated one, and it will actually be item number 5.
Can you state how the item that we are sending down, how that would look, how that would read?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
It was a reduction related to personnel and operating and maintenance expenditures in an amount of $10,014,566.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I would assume that that would be the piece of this resolution that would go down without a recommendation.
Do you concur
And
with
yes,
that,
we will work
Commissioner Jones?
with each division.
Well, I think, let me be clear on this, because we bifurcated. So we bifurcated 2 million out of this for COVID. So are we still saying?
You don't have that 2 million unless you do the 10 million cut. So
We
it
haven't
was
taken
10 million to
add-on.
cut, 2 million to fund COVID, and 8 million, that's where we are right now with our revenue.
Okay, hold on. Hold on just a second. Okay, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Ford.
To the other item yet, so until we get to item number 5, which has not been disposed yet, we can't 100% state what the CFO said yet, because it's bifurcated. It was brought to our attention that if there's a revenue source, which it is in Commissioner Sawyer and your resolution, it shouldn't affect what you're trying to do, Commissioner Jones. The only question I had is the precedence. Do we have to take the deferral off the table first to do what you're doing? It doesn't matter. I just want to make sure we're doing that from a parliamentary procedure the right way. This was on the floor is to refer to committee.
Okay, Commissioner Ford, when you wanted to bifurcate, you were pulling out the 2 million, and that is now separated and as item 5.
Correct.
So right now we are speaking solely on the $10,014,566,000 appropriation and expenditure. Is the motion on the floor to defer that?
I think Commissioner Jones is just trying to defer the piece that does not include the 2 million in the language that dealt with COVID.
Send down.
Right. So that's what was bifurcated, and that would, I'm assuming, leaving us with 8 million.
No, sir. Bifurcate means just separate the two. I think we're just separating the 10 million from the 2 million. So that we're voting on those two items separately. In the caption, are you looking at the caption?
Yes, I'm looking at the caption. However, the 2 million is included in the 10 million. So you're gonna have, if you bifurcate it, that means that the 10 million now become 8 million.
You got a 2.
Right.
And we bifurcated the 8 and the 2.
And so
it was a 10 million cut on the expenditure side, 8 million revenue, and 2 million.
We still have to bifurcate it as a 10 million. You can't subtract it now. So we have to still bifurcate the two and vote on them separately, and the numbers can work out as we rewrite the resolutions.
Okay. So
Okay,
it's
so we made 10 million. There's a motion on the floor to send down without recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
okay, and I'll hold on, Commissioner Sawyer. We can't hear you.
Hey, y'all, I just didn't understand why CFO Crosby said we don't have the 2 million if we don't do these cuts. I thought the 2 million we identified was coming from something different. I thought
Oh my
that was
God.
coming from public work.
The 2 million in this resolution was 2 million of the 10 million in cuts. The 10 million in expenditure cuts were being done to redirect 2 million to essential needs.
We wanted to bifurcate and substitute because our add-on resolution identifies $2 million out of the public works budget.
Correct.
So it's a different set of funding.
And I don't have that resolution. So I apologize.
That's coming next.
Okay, so,
I'll
so,
email it to you, CFO Crosby. Or can, I'm sure staff is on the call. I'll email it.
okay, so let's get some items off the floor first, and so that we can move on to the next item. So item 2 is going to it's been to send down without a recommendation. It's been moved and second. Is there any objection to sending it down without a recommendation and to have the administration to get with all of the necessary offices that they want to cut? I don't hear an unwillingness to work with the administration given our current circumstances. However, they should be talked to on how we can do this. And before we go to that, I see our CAO, Mr. Gillum, you got something you want to add?
I need the seconder to identify themselves for the record.
I think it was Commissioner Wright. Was that you that second sending it
Yes, sir.
down? Okay, Commissioner
sir.
Wright. Okay,
Right, yes.
Mr. Gillum. We can't hear you. Somebody unmute him. No, still can't hear you.
What about now?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, I just want to make mention that I understand your request for the administration to make every attempt to meet with the elected officials. Obviously, Friday is a holiday, so that gives us the rest of today as well as tomorrow to meet with the elected officials. And I think at the end of the day, we would make that effort with the understanding that I seriously doubt whether or not they're going to support any of these cuts coming out of their office. But we'll give it an effort, and we'll see whether or not we can accomplish what the commission is asking us to accomplish by Monday afternoon.
Listen, here's what I'm going to say. And I think we need to send something out to all of them to put them on notice. Yeah, I get Friday is a holiday, but Saturday and Sunday, just like COVID-19 ain't taking a pause, I think as elected officials, we're obligated not to take a pause in times of need when it comes to this county. And each one of those offices play an important role and part in that process. So if I can do it and I'm elected on Saturdays and Sundays, then I think all of them need to do it as well, because they are all elected officials. So I don't think you will have that problem. You just got to give them notification. Hey, we're going to need to talk with you, and here's the time frame that we got to do it in. Please make it into your schedule, because we will be voting on this on Monday.
I agree with you, Chairman Jones. We'll give it an all-out effort. Obviously, we understand that COVID-19 doesn't take a day off, and I will mention that many of us are, working long hours throughout the weekend as well, and this is just part of the responsibility. So at the end of the day, we will give it an all-out effort, but yet and still, we doubt very seriously if we're going to gain any support from any of the elected officials when it comes to cuts within their budget.
Right. Okay, Commissioner Sawyer.
I won't belabor this, but my dear CAO Gillum, how good to see you today.
Good to see you as well,
Well,
Commissioner.
We can't wait. But you probably won't get a lot of support. But I think the point that has been made and is fair is that they deserve at least that first conversation. And even at that conversation, if they throw budget books at you and do whatever and say no, when you come back to us and when they come back to us, a conversation was had. That's all we're saying.
We hear you loud and clear. We're on it.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, can we, so have a move in a second to sitting this down without a recommendation? Is there any objections?
Commissioner Moore, Clerk
Hold on.
Moore wanted to speak real quick.
Yep. All right. Hold on. I think Commissioner, I'm sorry, Clerk Morrison. Can we get Clerk Morrison? I see you in the queue.
Chairman, we are getting woefully behind this FYI.
I got you. This is the last one. I'm trying to get it on so we can get this last item and get out of budget.
And sir, before we go to the add-on, we need to take up item 5, which is the 2 million from the bifurcated, the second part of the bifurcated.
I already got it. So
Thank you,
just
sir.
let
I just want to make
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I responded to you. Clerk Morris,
Thank
you. Are you there? So I see him in the queue. He's muted. Can we unmute Clerk Morrison? He's saying he's muted by the organizer. So, okay, they're working on it. Okay, Clerk Morrison, they say you're unmuted. Can you hear me?
Is there any way Clerk Morrison could email us his comments?
Don't have to, because I'm constantly. He can hear us, but we can't hear him. So, but I am looking at him, and it's saying that he is unmuted. His mic is on. Clerk Morrison, are you there? Now his mic has been muted.
Can we ask the clerk to email us his comments so he can proceed?
Yeah, so if you can hear us, if you will just type it into the bar, then I will go ahead on and read your questions or concerns out, and then we'll move from there. All right, his mic is showing back on, so I'm going to see if he has put his question in the queue. So, Clerk Morrison, if you can hear me, if you'll put your question in the queue, okay, you're on the phone. He's self-muted. Okay. Okay.
Chairman Jones, can we please proceed?
I was about to say that, and because we're having some problems, so this item is still on the floor and there's been no objection to send it down without a recommendation. So item number 2 has been sent down without recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can we please go to the next item? And do you have that add-on?
I'm gonna see, I just saw something from, no. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out how to read this. Okay, so this is gonna be the bifurcated item, which is item 5. And I
Yes.
may need the CFO to help me word it. So,
Wait a minute, let me stop you right there. Commissioner Ford. Because
So,
did you
Madam
not?
Parliamentarian, would it be best if I just read the caption for the item that Commissioner Sawyer, Jones, and I put together that would basically do what you're trying to do?
yeah, no, sir, we need to first, I think, and okay, we need to deal with the second part of the bifurcated item.
Right, and the resolution that we wanted to put on as an add-on would actually take care of that second part of the bifurcated item. So could we just make that like in the form of like a substitute for the purposes of disposing the second part of the bifurcated item? And I could just read it in the for the record.
It's two separate things. It's two separate actions being sought to take, and I understand that the second part of the bifurcation needs to be dealt with in order to then deal with your add-on.
So we can't move it as a substitute? Go ahead, Commissioner.
You know, I think what she's saying is she got to read it into the record.
You could substitute.
And then once we do that, and now I'm getting something from Ms. Ingram that says they can merge items 4 and 5. So, Madam Parliamentarian, you hearing that? That we can merge items 4 and 5.
Merge?
That's coming from Ms. Ingram. So I'm
okay, so they'll work together.
Yes.
Can Ms. Ingram send me the language so I can read a caption into the record?
Okay, let me see if I can get her unmuted and let her come in. Attorney Ingram?
I think she's working on it. Okay. Should we take a recess or?
No, this is the last item. If we can merge this, we can get out of here and move on. And I know the chairman wants to move on.
Yes, sir.
I just do the resolution, Lee.
Okay.
All right. So you should have.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Attorney Ingram. You have the floor.
Morris Ingram County Attorney's Office. You can go ahead and just read item number 4, the add-on. The money from the bifurcated item, the $2 million, is going to be used as the revenue source for item number 4. So that's what I meant by merging the two documents. So if you do that without objection, that's fine.
Okay. Can we merge items 4 and 5 without objection? All right, seeing none, let's merge 4 and 5. All right, so Madam Parliamentarian, do you have both items so that we can merge them?
Okay. Okay, let me just make one more clarifying point. I'm getting some guidance that it may be procedurally more appropriate to substitute as opposed to merge. So can we entertain a motion to substitute rather than add on?
Okay, substitute item 4? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, well, we don't even have an item 4 yet, because that would be, so what we did was we bifurcated and we created an item 5 as the bifurcated item. Because we were contemplating an add-on for 4. So, yeah, this is a little.
You need a substitute.
Now because we haven't done.
So technically, we only have 4 items.
Right.
All right.
Oh,
Chairman,
so if we bifurcated item.
Excuse me, I objected in the merging of the so-called merging of the 2 documents. If I understand correctly, we haven't created the revenue source until we get to Monday. Therefore,
No, this is different. It's coming from a different revenue source. So that's not,
what revenue source is it coming from?
so the resolution is for it to come out of Public Works.
It's a little confusing.
This is Chairman Billingsley. This is Chairman Billingsley. If we can explain this item and deal with it, let's deal with it. Otherwise, let's send it down without an objection, please.
Yes, sir.
Let me just get us back on track procedurally.
Okay, come on.
Let's name the item.
Commissioner Sawyer, hold on just a second.
Okay.
Okay, so let's name this item number 4. We have bifurcated an item, so the bifurcated item number 4 that exists now deals with a $2,000 appropriation and expenditure related to operating and maintenance expenditures. Do we want to substitute that with the item that has been sponsored by Commissioner Sawyer and Commissioner Ford? Is there a motion to do that? Can I hear it, please?
Yeah, okay.
So move.
Okay, and who's my second?
I'll second it.
Okay. May I read the caption into the record? Okay. Item 4 is an add-on item. Item 4 is a resolution to amend the FY 2020 general operating budget and position control budget to amend the FY 2020 general operating budget to fund emergency materials to support efforts to reduce the spread of COVID-19 in Shelby County. This item requires the appropriation of up to $2 million from the Division of Public Works budget, sponsored by Chair Pro Tempore Eddie S. Jones Jr., Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr., and Commissioner Tammy Sawyer. Can we add that without objection?
Okay, seeing
Commissioner, question is what I have. If I may.
Okay, Mr. Milton, go ahead.
Yes, now, how are we directing this $2 million? Who will be responsible for it? Where will it be used specifically? Do we know how we're going to use these dollars? I'm just confused that we're pulling out $2 million. We're basically putting it aside saying that we want to use it for the purpose of the virus. But that opens up a use of, it could be used for a multitude of things. I think I would be more comfortable if it was narrowed down to specifically, are we directing this to the health department to be using these dollars? Is that what we're directing it?
I'm going to allow Commissioner Sawyer and Ford to answer that. Sawyer.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Milton. Colleagues, I know that this is a new item and you probably haven't gotten a chance to read it yet. We tried to get in everyone's inboxes first thing this morning. The reason for the delay was that we were pricing and sourcing via a vendor who is also doing the same thing for the city. And so this estimated amount of money is listed in the resolution to cover tests, to cover PPE such as
Commissioner, I'm
gowns.
going to hold you for 1 second. I think this could have been something that, I mean, I commend you all for attempting to do this. I'm going to be more in line to send this down. I'm going to need more time than just getting something today to look at it. I'm going to need more time for this. So I'm going to agree with Commissioner Billingsley on the point. I think we should just send this down without recommendation.
Okay, Chairman, after he speaks, may I finish? Because I was just trying to answer your question. And I didn't get a chance to introduce the item at all. And it wasn't some gotcha that we threw on. We didn't have anything on.
Commissioner, first of all, I didn't say Commissioner. First of all, I have the floor.
On the, you asked
Second of all,
But hold on a second. So Commissioner Milton, hold yours because she has the floor right now. Just
no, sure. I disagree with you. I have the floor. And second of all, I wasn't making a statement that was a got you. I was just saying that I didn't have enough time to really look at this in detail. So I'm asking that it be sent down without recommendation.
Okay. Commissioner Sawyer, you have the floor.
But first, I'm going to say, you asked me a question. I was answering and you interrupted to finish your point. But I'm going to go forward. Anyway, I understand that you all have not had a chance to see this. If you need more time, that's fine. This could happen Monday. But when I looked at the agenda on Friday, we didn't even have an update from Dr. Haushalter scheduled, y'all. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We have increased our numbers by 10,000%. When we were meeting together 2 Wednesdays ago, the health department was telling us, sorry, my cat is trying to knock over the iPad. When we were meeting 2 weeks ago, the health department said that we only had 3 cases. Today, we're at 497, almost 500 cases. I've been in the house for 2 weeks. I take this very personally, and I promise we all know that the majority of Shelby County is taking this very personally as well. So this is not an indictment. This was us trying to get something done. I'm trying to get something done here. So we did what we had to do. Edmund knew about people who, the vendor who the city was using to get additional PPEs. We're reading in the news every day that our health department and our medical centers don't have enough PPEs. That's the gowns, that's the masks, that's the goggles. They don't have thermometers. We also know that we don't have enough tests out there. So we identified this money to try to get some of these items purchased and distributed to the healthcare industry so that we can make sure that our first responders and our healthcare people are being taken care of, just like we did with the antibacterial, I was about to call it sauce, gel. And so that's what this item is. It's not a rush. Monday is quick enough. But I do think, and I understand people wanting to spend time with it. Yes, Chairman, I'm wrapping up, Chairman Billingsley. But I just want to say that this isn't trying to override what the mayor is doing. We're still discussing his resolution. This isn't trying to rush something in. I didn't go to sleep last night, and I don't feel well already. We've researched this stuff. And are happy to share as much information as we have but there was nothing in that we had going on that was putting funds towards or resources towards this pandemic that has taken over all of our lives. And that's why I put time towards writing this resolution with Edmund and Eddie and trying to find funding source. Thank you. And I won't say nothing else.
Commissioners, well, I wanted to say, commissioners, it's very important, especially because we're virtual, that we maintain order, that we work very hard to maintain order. Your rules say that the chair has the general direction of the chamber. He determines who has the floor. So let's please keep this meeting in order. I know this is a difficult time, but we need to follow our rules so that we can have an orderly meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. I got 2 more people in the queue, and then we're gonna end this and do what we're gonna do with this item. Commissioner Ford, then Chairman Billingsley will have the last say, and then we're gonna dispose of this item. Commissioner Ford.
I will be extremely brief.
Thank you.
You had Dr. Haushalter and Dr. James said that we have a need. You had Dr. James simply saying that whatever we have now, we need to at minimum have 3 times as much as far as PPE, all that's concerned. Multiple people have asked what the revenue source is. If you go back and look at the exhibit that I know the CFO gave some regarding the breakdown on what they were trying to cut, if you look in the public works area, that does not hurt judicial and does not affect the electeds, there's over $2 million there. Now, we had other options that we wanted to look at, but I don't think that people will want to look at our reserves or anything else that might be questionable. So as far as clean cut, and even the CFO stated that her numbers were factual and historical underspending, this would already be dollars that are already found in her exhibit. So if you look at the resolution, it states that we are looking at getting a capacity of over, well, you can look at it, a multitude of PPE, thermometers, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to be behind the 8 ball when others are in line in front of us and then we have to wait longer. So I know people talk to other folks in their respective districts. People come to me all the time. This is an actionable item that I think we can all say collectively that we are doing what's best for Shelby County. And talking to vendors, and I know the city has talked to AutoZone. Whoever can get us the PPE expeditiously, let's go ahead and put the funds in place so that we can go ahead and do what's necessary. So that's all I have.
All right, so hold on, and Commissioner, I see AO. Come on, then we're gonna go to the chairman. Come on.
So, Mr. Chairman, I realize that our director of EMA is on the call as well. I would like for her to just kind of weigh in, since we're talking PPE and what it's taking for the county to get those orders in. We will allow her a minute or two just to expound on this conversation.
I think so. Director Jones, are you there?
If she's on, we can't hear you.
Yeah, come on. I think they're gonna unmute you in just a second. Hold on.
We're still trying here.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, you saying yes, you can hear me. Okay, first let me say that we have reached out to the state for PPE equipment. The state has ordered $13 million worth of equipment. They have not received any PPE equipment. We don't know when that's coming in. We don't know what that's looking like. So of course we have to take some type of action for the citizens of Shelby County, for our first responders, healthcare workers, and for the hospitals. But all of the vendors that we have been talking to, they have increased their minimum. For instance, we have a vendor that we're dealing with that if you want to order masks, you have to order a minimum of 1 million masks. So that's why I entered into a partnership with the city The county would have to purchase 1 million masks. So I entered into a partnership with the city, and we're going to split the purchase of these masks. Also, I've entered into a partnership with the city to purchase surgical masks and the N95 masks. Of course, the N95 masks would be earmarked for healthcare, hospitals, and for first responders. And the surgical masks will be earmarked for like some of our employees who are dealing with customer service. So there is a problem with getting PPE in here from the state. So we're going to have to take some action, and the county is going to have to step up to the plate and get PPE to make sure that we're keeping our citizens, our first responders, and our healthcare providers protected.
Okay, so, all right, Commissioner Ford and Sawyer, you've heard Director Jones's comments. And so in your partnership with the city, what is the expectation of receiving? I'm gonna come back to both of y'all. Just hold on. So, expectation on this equipment and stuff arriving, and then I'm gonna have the same questions for Sawyer and Ford as to moving forward. So, Director Jones, then Commissioner Sawyer, then Commissioner Ford.
The expectation with the city, we ordered with the city ordered 1.25 million surgical masks. Of that 1.25 million, Shelby County government will receive 250,000. We're purchasing 250,000 of those masks. We were in touch with the vendor yesterday. The shipping is being delayed, so we anticipate to get it by the 7th. I have also ordered masks. That's from the Shelby County standpoint. I've spent about $65,000 trying to get PPE equipment. I've ordered the N95 mask. I've ordered goggles. I've ordered Trivex suits. I've also ordered thermometers. So we're just trying to get whatever equipment we can. Again, we're dealing with everybody is trying to get PPE equipment. So we're being put on back order, and some vendors are not even taking orders. So that's why we're having to partner with the city, because some vendors, if they do take an order, it's going to be an extremely minimal amount for us to even be able to purchase from that vendor.
Okay. Commissioner Sawyer.
Thank you, Director Jones. I mean, the thing that I heard is that Director Jones needs support from the county to get additional PPEs. Did that right?
Absolutely, we need PPE absolutely we do. We need it for our first responders. We need it for our healthcare providers. Yes, we do.
Okay. And so I don't know, and if we need to move this, because I Chairman Billingsley, I can feel you through my screen, so I'm gonna hurry up. If we need to do this on Monday, I'm happy. Director Jones, me, you, and Edmund can get on the phone and talk about sourcing this, through you and connecting you with the vendor we've been talking about, who helped us put numbers together so that we could get the quickest shipment. So if we wanted to amend the resolution, we could send this down without a recommendation and amend on Monday to say that the funds go to you and connect you with the person. And it's not a city partnership. It's just somebody who has a contract with the city as well.
Absolutely. Thank
you.
you.
I'm just gonna go ahead and move this.
Well, hold on a second. Let me get forward, and you could do that, because technically, Commissioner Milton had the motion on the floor. It just never got a second, and so I guess that went away. Then we'll come back to you, Commissioner Ford. Then I'm gonna go to the CAO. And I'm telling you, I'm not taking any more after this. And I'm going to go to the chairman. After y'all make your motion, we're going to go to the chairman and dispose of this item.
And Commissioner, Commissioner,
explicitly answer the question as far as how long it would take. And I'm going to leave it alone after that, since that was the question. So talking to the vendor, 400,000 masks, 100,000 protective gowns, 20,000 protective goggles, 20,000 thermometers, 1 million pairs of gloves. They informed me that by the time that they are made, if there are no crazy delays, If it's air freighted, it could take us 8 business days to receive.
Okay.
And I can bring all of that to the table if this gets taken down without a recommendation. I can give you all the numbers and figures again, but the gentleman I talked to last night said if you do it the long way, it's going to take you 24 days to get, but if you do it by air freight, this particular set of PPE, he said by the time they're done, 8 days.
Okay.
Estimated, anticipated.
Okay, so, Mr. Gilman, you got something?
Yes, I just want to remind the commission that the resolution that the administration presented, the $2 million, not only included funding for PPE, it also included funding for relief fund as well as overtime with EMA as well as the Shelby County Health Department.
Okay, got it. They bifurcated that, so it's still on the floor. And we sent that down. Yeah, it's still on the floor.
Okay.
So, and Commissioner Sawyer has already said they don't have a problem in what they're doing to push this over on Monday to Director Jones.
Okay.
So I don't think it's, we're all talking the same
Ms.
thing.
Sawyer seconded that motion to send down?
No, we hadn't did that yet.
Well, I thought there
So-
was a motion on the floor, just not a second.
I was coming back to her for that because I allowed Commissioner Ford to speak before she got through with that. And we'll go back to Commissioner Sawyer. All right, it is with your motion.
I motion to move this down without a recommendation.
Okay, I'll second it. And so is there any objection? Seeing none, this item will be sent down without a recommendation for Monday. And the last person, Chairman Billingsley. And then we're gonna close our budget.
Mr. Chairman, no comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, and that,
Chairman Billingsley.
and that concludes budget and finance.
Commissioners, do y'all want to take a 2-minute break? I know some of you all haven't gotten up or moved or anything in a couple hours. Do y'all want to take a 2 or 3 minute break?
Yeah, I gotta go get me some more coffee.
Let's come back in about 3 minutes, okay? If you want to stretch your legs, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Same way with our staff. Do we have commissioners there?
I'm here,
Thank you. How are you today?
hanging in there, and you?
Yep. Yeah, I'm fine. How you feeling?
Up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
Ready to go back to bed.
Oh gosh, we'll try to get you out of here.
Thank you.
Do we have all of our commissioners back?
Redford's back.
Thank you.
Jones,
Milton's
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Milton,
Milton's back.
thank you, Commissioner Milton. Commissioner Morrison, you with us?
I'm sorry, I had to take a call. I'm
Oh, you're fine.
back.
Thank you, Commissioner. I saw Commissioner Wright. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Looks like, oh, I thought Commissioner Turner was having some aspirins. He's doing Purell instead. Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Ms. Rankin, are you about ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me call the meeting to order. Committee number 10, General Government. Commissioners, I first want to thank you very, very sincerely for all the efforts that you're doing. I think a lot of people don't realize this has been a day-to-day battle with the coronavirus. Each one of you are doing remarkable work in your respective neighborhoods and your communities. I see you on Facebook. I see what you're doing. I see many of the communications you're doing, so many things that you're self-initiating to help others. So I really want to thank each one of you who've worked so hard in the midst of this, as well as all of our other elected officials. If you would indulge me, commissioners, we probably should have started this day with a prayer. So if you'll indulge me, I'd like to just offer up a brief prayer of hope during the pandemic. And this is a prayer that was authored by Rabbi Levy, and it's called the Prayer of Hope during this pandemic. And again, commissioners, just to remember, we're in the holy presence of God. We are frightened, God, worried for our loved ones, worried for our world, helpless and confused. We turn to you, seeking comfort, faith, and hope. Teach us, God, to turn our panic into patience and our fear into acts of kindness and support. Our strong must watch out for the weak. Our young must take care of our old. Help each one of us to do our part to halt the spread of this virus. Send strength and courage to the doctors and nurses in the front lines of this battle. Fortify them with the full force of their healing powers. Send wisdom and insight to the scientists working day and night across the world to discover healing treatments. Bless their efforts, God. Fill our leaders with the wisdom and the courage to choose wisely and act quickly. Help us, God, to see that we are one world. We are one people who will rise above this pandemic together. Send us health, God. Watch over us. Grace us with your love. Bless us with your healing light. Hear us, God, and heal us, God. Amen. Commissioners, thank you for indulging me with that. And I pray for each one of you nightly, and I know you do the same for me. Ms. Rankin, would you please read item number 1?
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley.
Can we get a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move it.
I'll
Commissioner
second it.
Morrison.
So it's been moved by Commissioner Morrison and seconded by Commissioner Mills. Can I get a report, please, from the staff? Do we have Megan or another staff member that wants to do a report on item number 1?
Well, Chairman, if we can't get one to do that now, can we do it on Monday?
Absolutely. Commissioners, I'm not hearing anybody from administration, so I make a motion we send this down without a recommendation.
Second, Turner seconds.
Seconded by Commissioner Turner. Without objection, commissioners? Thank you. That item moves downstairs without a recommendation. Item number 2.
Item 2 is an ordinance third reading, ordinance setting guidelines that the county's Human Resources Department will consider when investigating alleged employee and/or board member violations of the charter residency requirements, sponsored by Commissioner Van D. Turner Jr.
Very good. Do we have a mover and seconder?
Turner moves the item.
Bradford second.
Very good. Thank you, commissioners. I'll go to either Marcy or Commissioner Turner. Do you have anything else? This is the third reading of this ordinance. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just, as stated previously, memorializes what the courts have stated. Chancellor's Court has given guidelines and guidance for us to follow when we're considering residency. And this just basically memorializes those points that they've addressed in those court proceedings and makes it part of our ordinance laws here for Shelby County. And with that, I move the item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Turner, will this require a fourth reading or is this the final reading?
I don't think there have been any amendments, so this is the final. It'll be final on Monday.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Turner. Let me look at the panel here. If there's any commissioners that would like to be recognized, please show yourselves. I'm just going to look at my notes. I don't see anybody in the queue. So commissioners, let's vote on item number 2.
Commissioner Turner is an aye vote. I think you have to unmute yourself too.
Ms. Nichols?
Maybe the administrator needs to unmute her.
Okay.
So let Pierre know to unmute her or whoever is the administrator. When you get back online, Ms. Nichols, Turner is an aye vote.
Can you hear us? Jones is an aye vote.
Okay, let's just do that and I'll address the technical issues. Commissioner Billingsley is an aye vote.
Thank you. I'm muted now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Turner, I have you. Commissioner Morrison,
I'm going to pass.
Sawyer, Whaley.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Whaley,
Aye.
Wright, you're on mute. Okay.
Was that an
You do
aye,
it.
Commissioner Wright?
Then I.
Thank you.
Thank Commissioner Milton. Brooks. Bradford.
Yes.
Milton is an aye.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Milton. Ford. Mills.
Aye.
Lowry. I have you, Commissioner Jones and Chairman Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Mills, Lowry, Jones, and Chairman Billingsley. We have 10 aye votes.
That item passes. Item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution to approve a transfer of sick leave policy for Shelby County employees, sponsored by Commissioner Eddie S. Jones, Jr.
Do we have someone who's moved this, please?
I'll move it.
Commissioner Jones?
Bradford, second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Jones, do you want to explain this resolution?
So basically, this is creating a sick leave bank with guidelines. Employees who want to transfer sick leave in light of the COVID-19 that we are seeing now, and not knowing many of our employees who may be affected by this, that they'll have the opportunity to have sick leave that others who may not be test positive for the virus. And it sort of it's employees helping other employees, and the policy has specific guidelines in it, and it has to, go to the UPPC. So that's what this resolution does. And I think we can get Ms. Ingram, if she wants to add more to it and there are questions that she can provide as well.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Jones. I've got one question, either for you or for Marcy or our Human Resources Director. Is there anybody from the administration that wants to speak on this item? Our Human Resources Director or Dr. Hall? Anybody from administration?
Steve,
Okay, we can see you. Go right ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. This is Dr. Hall. We will be taking up this policy. It has been presented to the administration, and we will be presenting this policy to the UPPC committee at 2 o'clock today for consideration and recommendation. And so we should have that information for you on Monday.
I think it's a very nice gesture that what Vice Chairman Jones has come up with. I know a company I work for offered this, and sometimes we would give up some of our time for someone who had gotten cancer or some type of other serious disease, and it certainly was nice. Just one question: when Dr. Hall, if you were to receive a big bank of transferred sick time, and then you were to leave the county, would you be paid for that unused sick time that was given to you, or would this be basically not necessarily transferable upon your departure from the county?
There are already policies that provide guidance on how that sick leave bank, not this particular sick, but how sick leave is issued to employees upon departure. So we would adhere to those sick leave policies. That policy, this would not apply, I don't think.
Okay.
This is Stephen Massey. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Director Massey, go right ahead.
Yeah, so this will be separate from our current sick leave, annual leave policies. This basically allows employees that have exhausted sick leave and had a need, especially like a pandemic that we're facing today, and or any other emergency crisis like cancer and things of that nature. It would allow them to borrow sick leave to cover their absences. It's a very well documented policy. It's commonly used in industry, and I fully support it.
Very good. Well, again, thank you to Vice Chairman Jones and to the staff for talking about this and proposing this. Counselor Ingram would like to have a comment. Marcy Ingram, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, I just wanted to answer your question. I believe the legislative intent would be for any unused sick leave to return back to the sick leave bank and not remain with the employee. Part of the reason is we have a policy in place for employees that make a certain amount of salary. They do get to cash out their sick leave. So that is not the intent to have the employee that had to borrow sick leave from the sick leave bank to be able to cash out on that when that employee leaves the county. And then the second thing I wanted to say is I believe the exhibit we need to make an amendment. I believe the effective date should be changed to April 15th. I can't pull up a copy right now. That's just a user issue. It's not anything wrong with the system. But if it's not already in there, we changed the effective date from July 1 to April 15th to Commissioner Jones' point, the sponsor of having this be able to start immediately.
And I know probably the coronavirus initiated this, but I assume to everybody that this would not sunset, that this is just something that's would be a very kind and humane practice throughout the year, even after we get through this virus. Is that correct?
Just as Stephen Matt said, yes, this would be an ongoing policy that we will adopt into our personnel management system. So once it goes through UPPC today, and then you all vote on it from a commission perspective, it will be incorporated into our uniform personnel policy system.
Very good. Are there, okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue. Commissioners, does anybody else have a question? Okay, let's prepare to vote for item number 3.
Commissioner Turner, Morrison,
Aye.
Turner is a yes.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yeah, aye. Right is aye.
okay, Milton, Brooks, Bradford,
Yes.
Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Chairman Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Morrison, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Bradford, Mills, Lowry, Jones, and Chairman Billingsley. We have 10 aye votes.
That item passes. I just want to thank you, Ms. Nichols or Karan, whoever put the voting screen up. I think that'd be really helpful to have on Monday. And I know we're figuring out the technology, but being able to see the commissioners' votes, I know is helpful to everybody. Item number 4.
Item 4 is a resolution amending the FY 2020 operating budget in the amount of $100,000 for a grant to the Community Foundation of Greater Memphis in order to provide additional support to the COVID-19 Pandemic Response Fund. This item requires the expenditure of $100,000 from the County Commission Contingency Fund. Sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Morrison, this item was amended and referred back to committee in March 23rd, 2020 commission meeting.
Very good. We need a mover and seconder on item number 4. I'll move the item, Billingsley. I need a second.
Bradford, second.
Bradford, second. Very good. Let me go in the queue to see if anybody has, can someone please unmute Commissioner Turner? Are there any commissioners that would like to be heard on item number 4? Let me go to the sponsor. Commissioner Morrison, do you have anything you want to say on item number 4?
Thank you, Chairman. I tried to share my webcam, it's not sharing, but just as I mentioned at the last commission meeting, this is a community response emergency fund, and being that we're in this emergency season, I think if we were to support it, it would go a long way in potentially leveraging more dollars for our community's strong response. The intent, and I had asked County Attorney Ingram if in the document, I think some of the commissioners were concerned about the funds being used other than for the COVID response. We can specify in this document that the funds would only go to MIFA or the food bank, if that would be helpful to some of the commissioners. And I also wanted to reiterate that there are no fees being collected by anyone in relation to this. I verified that as well with Mr. Gary Shorb, who is part of the effort trying to get the support out to those in need. And so I'll entertain any questions or if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Morrison. Also, I'm very familiar with this fund at the Community Foundation, and it is specifically for COVID-19 pandemic response funds. They have already made gifts to the food bank and other groups that are in great need. I've gone on a press conference just promoting this fund because it's helping many groups relative to the coronavirus. The Community Foundation, if you're not familiar with them, manages hundreds of millions of dollars and does it in a very transparent, ethical way. I've got some commissioners that are queuing in, so let me go into the queue, please. Let's see here. Commissioner Wright, you're first up, and Commissioner Wright would like to hear from our CFO. Commissioner Wright, you have the floor, and then we can go to the CFO if you like that.
Thank you, and thank you to the organizer for unmuting. I was just curious, in light of the earlier discussions in the budget committee, are these funds still available? Or are these funds that we need to consider as far as the reductions as well?
Very good question. I see that Ms. Crosby's with us. Ms. Crosby, can you answer Commissioner Wright's question?
Sure. This money is our funds that are in your commissioner's contingency, and that was not cut through the budget reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Really good question. Thank you, Ms. Crosby. Commissioner Van Turner, you have a question.
Thank you. And it's probably more of a suggestion. I noticed that I guess different commissioners are sort of bringing forward sort of various COVID-19 redress initiatives and resolutions, and I think that's really good. But there's only so much money, I think, left in our contingency fund. And, you know, no one wants to go against any COVID-19 redress response from us. And, but I do know that there's probably going to be a sunset or an expiration of funds, an exhaustion of funds that we have to dedicate towards COVID-19. So I don't know if it's necessary to coalesce efforts so that we make sure that, you know, we don't exhaust those funds before all the needs can be met, or all the needs that we can hope to meet are met. And so that's just a suggestion that I have. I don't know if we need like an emergency relief budget that's separate and apart from our regular budget, but I feel like we are addressing the needs separately, and there's no, we're not kind of marshaling our efforts together to come with one punch.
Like a unified effort.
A unified effort, and that may be, you know, helpful moving forward. I don't know. This is just a suggestion, and but I do know that this won't be the end of COVID-19. I mean, this is going to be something that's going to be continuing on probably throughout the summer, and I think it would perhaps be helpful and instructive for us all to maybe come together and maybe have some type of brainstorming session, if you will, or something to say, if you got something, let's throw it on the table, let's find the money for it, and let's quote unquote create a COVID-19 emergency relief budget that can address all the needs. And I support the Community Foundation. I've worked with them as well, and it's a fine organization, and I think that they will put these funds to good use. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Really good thoughts, Commissioner Turner. Thank you for your comments. Commissioners, I'm looking in the queue. Are there any other commissioners that want to talk about item number 4? Any other commissioners on item number 4? Okay, let's prepare the screens for voting for item number 4. And if we can, staff, let's put, hold on one second. We've got, before we vote, my friend, before we vote, Commissioner Michael Whaley.
Sorry, I think maybe I was chatting the wrong person. I would just echo what Commissioner Turner said, I think about a coordinated effort. But one question I did have was if there's someone that could shed some light on any state or federal funds that we may have available as a result of this epidemic. I do know that there is some allocation that we already know about that is coming to Shelby County, and I think it'd be important to know what those can and cannot be used for. And if we do have some sort of fund, that we include that within it, because I do think there's an advantage to take. I do think we need to be taking advantage of, especially federal support, and certainly state support as well, given that we don't have the ability to just sort of raise funds unlimited at any time.
May I respond?
Yeah, sure.
I just actually hung up from Representative White, and yes, we are all anxious and awaiting these federal and state dollars, which are most certainly coming. The point of this emergency grant is simply that, is food, and to bridge the gap until the federal and state funds are received, we still have need. And so that was the point of this grant. But I am all in support of a coordinated effort. I just think food is the #1 need at this time in our community.
So is there someone that can speak though to what we do have available? I mean, do we know what we have available in terms of federal and state?
Commissioner Whaley, I think it's a really good question. CAO Gilliam and I are on a phone call every day at 8 o'clock regarding a lot of the questions you're asking. CAO Gilliam, can you give the commission an update regarding reimbursements that we anticipate or we hope for?
I think you, Dewan Gillum, CEO for Shelby County, Chairman Billingsley, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that we can only hope for it at the end of the day, and all of that is going to flow through Brenda Jones, who is our emergency management director. I was going to have Director Young to kind of preview another add-on item as it relates to $750,000 that her office is receiving from the state. And she can kind of give you an update prior to that resolution to kind of answer the question that Commissioner Whaley has asked. So if Director Young is on the line, will you go ahead and chime in and speak to that $750,000?
Brenda, Director Jones, are you on the line?
I think he was.
No, I'm Brenda Jones. Is Brenda Jones available?
I think he said Young. Was that
Dorcas Young?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dorcas. I'm so sorry. Hey, is that Dorcas?
This is Director Griffin on the phone. Good morning, everyone. Well, no, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So I know that we have another add-on item that is coming following this one, and so we can talk more about that. But we are receiving notifications from several of our funders of new opportunities for emergency funding related to our COVID response. Those funding notifications range from the additional service of meals to our seniors, We recently received some information about additional funding that's available through the Department of Justice for PPE and supplies for our law enforcement. We have even received information about additional funding for some of our health and human services. Those things are just kind of coming in day by day from different funders, both at the federal and state level. As a member of the COVID task force that we've been talking about over this day, we are sharing information about all of the funds that are coming in and really are trying to best coordinate those funds to make sure that we're filling in the right gaps and we're not duplicating services. What we can provide to you by Monday is a list of all of the funding opportunities that we know of and the funding announcements that we've had so far, and just keep a running tally so that the commission is in the know as well.
Okay, thank you, Director Griffin. I think that would be great, and I think would also help with some of these other efforts that we've got. I know certainly to consider on Monday to make sure there's, if there's opportunity for alignment, or a shared funding source, there is. I think, obviously, if we are able to go ahead and get it and then get reimbursed, given the timing of it, I think that makes a lot of sense. But knowing to make sure we're not paying for things twice when there's an ability to get support from our state and federal partners, I think we ought to be all for it. So thank you for that update. And that's all I had, Chairman. Thank you.
Really good question, Commissioner Whaley, and thank you, Dorcas Griffin-Young, for all you're doing, which is immense right now. I'm not seeing any other commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Turner, did you want to be heard again?
Good.
Okay, you're good?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay, commissioners, let's prepare the screens for voting for item number 4.
Commissioner Turner,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Aye.
Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Chairman Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Morrison, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Mills, Lowry, Jones, and Chairman Billingsley. We have 11 aye votes.
That item passes. Item number, since Dorcas is with us, let's read item number 9.
Right.
Is that going to mess
Item
us up
9 is
from an IT perspective? Are we okay with that?
No.
You just want to, is it easier to stay in order?
I'm fine if Lee is fine.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't
Okay,
throw me off.
let's go to item number 9, commissioners.
Yes, sir. Item 9 is a resolution to amend the FY 2020 grant operating budget in the amount of $251,566 and to appropriate and expend said funds made available through the Tennessee Commission on Aging and Disability, TSAD or TCAD, for the period of March 31st, 2020 through June 30th, 2020 for the Aging Commission of the Mid-South to provide congregate and home-delivered meals during the coronavirus-19 pandemic. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2020 federal grant funds in the amount of $251,566, sponsored by Commissioner Tammy Sawyer. This is an add-on to be considered in April 1, 2020 committee meeting.
Very good. Do I have a mover and seconder for item number 9?
Ms. Sawyer, I move.
Thank you, Commissioner Sawyer.
Second.
Was that Commissioner Milton first? for a second? Who's our
Uh,
second? Who's
Yeah,
our second?
it's Commissioner
Commissioner
Milton.
Jones. Oh, okay, it was Commissioner Milton. Second by Commissioner Milton. Um, Director Griffin, can you give us an update on item number 9?
I can. Item before you seeks to amend the FY20 budget in the amount of $251,566 for the use of federal to state grant funds that we have received to address meals for seniors and those living with disabilities during this coronavirus epidemic. Our target population, of course, again, are seniors and people living with disabilities. And these would be people that are served through our regular service area, which includes Shelby, Fayette, Tipton, and Lauderdale counties. I think you heard Commissioner Chairman Bill mentioned before the number $750,000. Well, the actual award that we received actually is $754,000, but does over into fiscal year, so we will be allowed to use that through September of next year. So we have received a $750,000 award total. One of the really unique and cool opportunities here is, one, we are going to be able to expand delivery and service to our seniors and folks living with disabilities. But 45%, actually 55% funding is to be used with small business, locally owned restaurants to add the delivery of meals. It is small but manageable way that able to help some of the folks in the business community have been impacted, as well as feed our seniors. It's 100% grant funded, and we are seeking approval of this item from the commission. Thank you.
Director Griffin, thank you so much for the report, and thank you so much for everything you're doing hour by hour, day by day. Vice Chairman Jones has a question. Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. So the 750 that will go into September of next year. So will these funds, are they specifically for feeding and delivering meals, the entire 750?
Yes, all of it is additional money for meals exclusive.
Okay, that's my question, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, I know many of you are getting phone calls from constituents regarding food. I'm honestly was pleasantly surprised about how many options we have across Shelby County. Director Young, can you just remind the commissioners or share with the commissioners if they have neighbors, constituents that are in need of food, what's the easiest place to go? My understanding and looking on some of the websites you directed me to yesterday, it's as easy as showing up and just showing proof of where you live. You don't necessarily have to provide proof of poverty or anything else, because we've got a lot of people for the first time who may have never been unemployed before, who are now struggling with the food need. Director, can you share with the body the best information you can to help us?
Absolutely, Chairman Bill. I thank you all for even talking about this right now, giving me a little bit more time. It is the first of the month, y'all, and we had a total of about 5,000 people that applied for unemployment last week. The week before that, it was 4,000 people all across the state of Tennessee. And so we recognize that people are going to need the essentials, food and their rent paid, just two of the essentials. In terms of food, I am pleased to say that this community stepped up in a way that I've never seen before. We have the Mid-South Food Bank, which is just doing incredible work right now. And there are mobile food pantries all throughout this community. And if you go to the Mid-South Food Bank's website, type in your zip code and figure out where feeding is happening, where people are being able to get some of the items that they need. My course is still doing work with delivering meals to seniors. And we even have people in the community that are working with us to try to set up additional modes of, there are churches, there are people from other faith communities that are just stepping up, and we are trying to make sure that we keep a list through our COVID task force and on our community services website, where you can access all of the information in real time as we need it. I think that's all, unless anyone has any questions.
Chairman, we can't hear you.
I muted myself. I'm so sorry. Director Griffin, thank you so much. I'm going to go to the queue. Commissioner Sawyer has a question for you, Director Griffin.
Oh, thank you. 5,000. Hey, Director Griffin, did you say, were you
Good
saying
morning.
that- good morning. that
Afternoon.
afternoon, 4,000 people applied for unemployment across the state last week, and 5,000 in Shelby County alone this week.
So when we talk about the numbers, the week of March 21st, there were 13,000 unemployment claims across the entire state of Tennessee. The week before that, there were 4,000 claims all across the entire state of Tennessee. In Shelby County alone, during the week of March 21st, there were over 4,000 unemployment claims of 39,000. So, and the week before that, we only had 2,000 in the week. I mean, in the month. So, I mean, our numbers are out the roof. It's like 20 times more.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, we literally are just beginning of this. People, this is the first of the month now. And so we know that we are going to need to really step up in a way that we've never seen before to meet needs for folks that have never been in this situation before.
Thank you. Can you email us those numbers or email them to me and I'll send it to everybody?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I will send you all the Department of Labor's report, specifically Tennessee, right now.
Do you mind keeping us up to date on that weekly, please?
Absolutely.
Or you got a lot, or somebody else?
No, I can do it. Don't worry. I got you.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Sawyer, for the question. I want, as I call on my colleague, Commissioner Van Turner, Commissioner Turner, I want to really call you out. 2 days ago, I saw you dressed in your business clothes, but you had gloves on, you had a mask on, you were out in the cold helping distribute food at the food bank. I want to really thank you for doing that. True leadership in a time of trouble. So thank you for doing that. I mean, literally on the front lines, handing food out. Commissioner Turner, you have the floor.
Thank you. And this is tangentially related, and I'll be quick. But I thank you for that, Chairman Billingsley. And I appreciate the Salvation Army. Actually, your husband, Mr. Griffin, is at the Salvation Army. So, man, y'all are a very giving and loving family, you and your husband. We appreciate the family giving so much up. But anyhow, I tagged this on Commissioner Billingsley, Chairman Billingsley, and I just see that, you know, people are, the mortgage notes are still coming. You know, my mortgage note came. They didn't care about this pandemic. My note came and they're asking for their money and they're not giving me any forgiveness. The light bill, we know that situation, but all these other bills are still coming. I almost think, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be happy to work with whomever we need to work with on this, that we have to, that maybe we, and this is heresy for Madam Trustee, but I'm almost thinking that if we can provide some sort of incentive for our commercial landlords and our residential landlords to, you know, give 60 or 90 days forgiveness to tenants, both business tenants who are having to shut down their businesses and both residential tenants who can't afford a mortgage note or payment, that we try something to incentivize them not kicking these folks out. I know that there are national and state laws that are probably saying we can't evict you, we won't evict you, but how long will that last? And we also have to make it good for the landlords as well on the other side who've taken out a note and they need that rent to pay their note. So I don't know if we can incentivize through our property taxes. We need all property taxes we can get for our effort. But I'm almost thinking if this continues and people can't meet their notes 2 months on down the road, what are we going to be looking at if families are being kicked out on the streets because they can't pay rent or pay a note? And if we on the county side can incentivize commercial and residential landlords to not kick people out, maybe give a tax incentive, a tax deferment. We have pilots, of course, we all know about that, but maybe use some type of structure to keep folks in their homes during this rough period. I think that would be good because it's getting to get really crucial for a lot of people, especially people in the restaurant business. I mean, I get something every day saying this restaurant is closed down, that restaurant is closed down, and that's their livelihoods. And I'm just offering that to you, Mr. Chair, and I'll work with you on any type of effort. I'm sure Budget Chair Jones, that's something that it'll come to you. Again, we need all our property taxes, but if we can do a deferment or incentivize commercial and residential landlords to help keep our families in homes and not throw out all of our businesses, I think that would be good too. Thank you for the indulgence.
Commissioner Turner, really good comments. I'll just tell you from my own personal experience, I have some friends that are retail landlords and business landlords, and they've already waived 2 months rent, which is very, very difficult to do, but they don't want the businesses to go under. So I know we do have a number of business leaders out there that do own business offices and retail offices, and they've waived the rent for 2 months, which again is really hard to do when you're trying to make the bills. Before I go to Vice Chairman Jones, Director Griffin, can you please also share, you talked about food, can you also talk about mortgage or rent assistance for someone who has been recently laid off?
Absolutely. Thank you. So we have always had a program where we helped people with their rent and mortgage. Even before the coronavirus, we know that there were people that were struggling just to get by. And we have had a program over the last years that helped to deposit someone in their first month's rent if we needed to move them in, or just pay an emergency a month of rent. We also can do that for a person's mortgage, their home mortgage. What I will tell you is that now, we are to be pushing the boundaries of what we have available through our current program. That current program is 100% grant funded from the state. And so that means we have no local resources that are dedicated to it. Since the week of March 9th, we have had 3,000 calls to our rent and mortgage assistance line, which is a large number of people. And again, we have not even hit the real surge. Right now, we are able to give folks who are at about 125% of the federal poverty level up to $1,500 to meet their needs in that area. You have to actually have proof of income from the last 30 days. And so that actually may exclude some folks that may have lost their jobs within the last week. They may have to wait before we're able to serve them. And so I think here, the mayor here, CAO, because I probably have worried them the last few days about our need for some additional resources to take care of the folks that are here, and to have some money that's a little less restricted, because there are so many new people that need this help.
I was just handed a note, and again, there's a lot of people listening right now. Idlewild Presbyterian right now is hosting a Mid-South Food Bank mobile and they have enough food right now for 300 families. We all know people who need food, and they are giving it away, and it is free at 1750 Union Avenue right now, and that is happening right now. So if you're listening to the County Commission, you can get free resources, food resources right now at 1750 Union, compliments of Idlewild Presbyterian and the Mid-South
Chairman?
Food Bank. Uh-huh.
Chairman, I just wanted to quickly make a note of that because I think we're all getting this information as well. That location has passed out all its food for today. They've served their location for today. I want to say it for anybody listening, but they do have other locations daily. We can maybe provide access to their website so you can see those locations will be. But for today, they've already serviced all 300 families for today. But thanks for getting that message out.
Oh,
Chairman.
thank you. Let me go to Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. So, and I'm going to go back to Commissioner Turner's point. This was something that I was working on in light of everything that's going on right now with COVID-19. I think we need to be thinking about, I know we're doing all we can going through this process, but there will be a recovery process. And I think we need to get ahead of that and start acting on that right now so that when we come out of this, we are virtually prepared to, and to Commissioner Turner's point, getting with the businesses and maybe, because one thing that I know that will happen, you start putting people out on the street and evicting them and all that, it is going to increase the blight in our city. And I think we need to put a task force together now for the recovery and anticipate when we come out of this thing that we are way ahead of it and not trying to catch up to it in the way that it's changing daily now. So and I think that we need to put together a task force for the recovery efforts. I think we need to maybe get with the University of Memphis, their economists, to see what this may look like in coming out of this, or any of the colleges, economic people, and then start planning and working with those landlords that don't put them out, even if we need to get our WIN program. All of these things are going to have to come full circle when we're talking about coming out of this. And that would be something that I would love to be on. I already been thinking about it and what we need to do. But I think we're going to need both our government leadership, mayors on both sides, local government as well. We can do all we can do going through this, but after, what are we going to do so that our county doesn't end up and we're trying to catch up to it afterwards?
Very good.
Commissioner Billings, can I make just one?
Yes, please.
So to your point, Commissioner Jones, I appreciate that. I think you've heard, again, I know we keep talking about this joint task force, but I want to put a plug in. I am one of the emergency support function leaders for the joint task force. And I've been on a lot of groups over the years. And this by far has been one of the best coordinated efforts that I've been a part of. Everyone is at the table. Our mayors from all the municipalities, our county mayor, our hospital.
We've
Okay,
lost Commissioner. We've lost Director Griffin.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm saying, I get all of government being on this. What about those businesses? What about people who've lost their jobs and our WIN program and all of this coming full circle? I just think we need to be prepared for something of that magnitude, because a lot of the commercial people that have the ability to evict and do all of that after we come out of this, and maybe just including them. That's all I'm saying on something like that. And if that current task force is doing that, is all of those people included in that task force for the recovery side of it? That's what I'm saying.
No, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner. Commissioner Whaley would like to be recognized, and let's try to wrap up item number 9, please. Commissioner Whaley?
No, I'm all right. I just wanted to just share that update about the question you had asked earlier on SES and the lunches with YMCA, that they've arranged to continue food service for at least the next 12 weeks. So that should be good to go. And then getting also details on any kind of fall contingencies to Commissioner Turner's questions. Looks like they've worked through a few scenarios. And so I just need to check in with Dr. Gray after we're done here to get the details on that. That's all I have.
Very, very good. And Director Griffin's computer dropped her, but I did talk to her, and she appreciates the extra time and consideration. She's back on the line. Any disclosing words, Director Griffin? Okay, we've lost her audio, but thank you for all you're doing. We appreciate you. Double thumbs up. Commissioners, let's prepare to vote for item number 9.
Commissioner Turner,
Aye.
Morrison, Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Milton, Brooks, Bradford,
Yes.
Ford, Mills,
Aye.
And Milton's an aye. I'm having trouble with my button. Milton's an aye.
Okay, thank you. Lowry,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Chairman Billingsley.
Yes.
We have I votes from Commissioners Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Mills, Lowry, Jones, and Chairman Billingsley. We have 10 I votes.
That item passes. Item number 5.
Item 5 is a resolution to approve a grant contract with the Memphis Area Transit Authority, MATA, in an amount not to exceed $2,500,000. This grant aligns with the Shelby County Board of Commissioners Strategic Priorities Plan and directly serves the citizens of Shelby County. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year FY 2020 bond-funded capital improvement project CIP funds in the amount not to exceed $2,500,000. Sponsored by Commissioner Tammy Sawyer, this item was deferred in March 4th, 2020 committee meeting.
Very good. Do we have a mover and seconder?
Chairman, I'd like to move. I also plan to make a request for a deferral.
No problem. But it's been moved by Commissioner Sawyer and seconded by?
I
Commissioner
second.
Bradford.
I heard a second by Commissioner Turner. And I'm now going to go to the sponsor, Commissioner Tammy Sawyer.
Yes, Chairman, in light of all that we're facing right now, I just am hesitant to appropriate these funds in case we need them. We're in an emergency state. I would love to be able to use them for COVID relief, but I don't think we can because because of the classification. But right now, I would just like to delay this until the first meeting in May, please.
Okay, very good.
My
So
apologies. Did we get a mover and a seconder?
We did. We did.
Okay.
It was moved by Commissioner Sawyer and seconded by Commissioner Turner.
Thank you.
And so Commissioner Sawyer, you'd like to move this to the first committee meeting of May?
Yes, please.
Very good. Is there an objection? Okay, we move item number 5 to the first committee meeting in May.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 6.
Item 6 is a resolution to approve a one-time, non-recurring grant contract with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Memphis at Craigmont High School in an amount not to exceed $109,995. This grant aligns with the Shelby County Board of Commissioners' strategic priorities and directly serves the citizens of Shelby County. This item requires a transfer from the FY 2020 County Commissioners Contingency Budget in an amount not to exceed $109,995. Sponsored by Commissioner Willie Brooks, this item was referred to committee in March 23rd, 2020 commission meeting.
We have someone who's moved it.
I'll move that item, Turner.
Thank you.
Bradford, second.
Thank you. It's moved by Commissioner Turner and seconded by Commissioner Bradford. The sponsor of this item is Commissioner Brooks. Unfortunately, I think he is not on the line. He's got another work meeting. He did say that Commissioner Turner may speak to this, but I'll defer to the screen or if anybody wants to talk about item number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mr. Blanchard from the Boys and Girls Club is available for comment, and I would yield to him for any comments if he's available. I'm not sure at this point.
Very
But,
good.
Yeah.
To the staff, do we know if Mr. Blanchard's in the queue anywhere? Do any commissioners have any questions?
Yes, he is. We're putting him on.
Okay, we'll stand by for the CEO of Boys and Girls Club, Mr. Blanchard.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Blanchard, this is County Commission Chairman Mark Billingsley. You're in the General Government Committee meeting. If you could just be very brief, would you like to make a comment about this request for $109,995 for Boys and Girls Club?
Yes, sir. I appreciate the opportunity, and I'll be very brief. I just want to thank everybody there for all you're doing today. I've been here since 7 o'clock this morning, and I can't tell you, as a citizen here, I appreciate the work and the effort that you're putting into this, and even for considering this request at this time. Thank you for valuing our organization in the past and the important work we do and the work we hope to do in the future when we recover from this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm so sorry. Mr. Blanchard, any other comments?
No, that's all at this time.
Okay, very good. Let me go in the queue. Are there any commissioners that have any comments on this item? Very good. Let's prepare the screens for.
Chairman.
Yes.
Okay. Here's my question for Mr. Blanchard. And I know when we discussed this previously, so, and the schools were supposed to give them this funding. Have you reached out to the school to find out why they decided not to fund this?
Yes, sir. They have funded it now. It took us 9 months to get to this point. So we do have a contract that was signed 3 days before the schools closed. So we were able to start and operate for 3 additional days. But what we did was continue to work from last summer up until now. And it took 9 months to get to this point. So we do have a contract going forward. What this proposal was to do was to help cover the expense that we incurred from July 1st up until December 23rd, when we were told to close and compete through the RFP process. We don't have time to go through all of the steps that it took to get there, but that's the gist of it.
Right. And so, but prior to, there was no contract?
No, sir.
That was a gentleman's agreement on their part?
Yes, sir.
And so they're not going to retroact your services to pay for that? And are they just going to move forward from this point?
I honestly don't know the answer to that, other than to say I don't know that there is a mechanism to do this retroactive. We've worked a whole lot of different ways to try to resolve this, but our organization made the decision that it was a very important program. We were serving a lot of kids, and we didn't want to stop, and we felt like eventually somehow we would find a way. So that's kind of how we got to where we are today.
Right. And so, and I'm not against it. I just think that you provided those services that they should, and but we're gonna move forward on this today. But I'm gonna have a conversation with them about that. That's just me, because if you provided that service for them, I kind of think they should, take care of that. But I will be following up with them to find out the scope of that and why. I applaud them for entering in a contract with you moving forward. So, but I just think that for those services that you provided for those kids, and that was a gentleman agreement that should have been. But I do thank you for getting a contract signed with them, though, so we don't have to go through that again. And so, with that said, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one moment. Okay, so I just wanted to read the details of this. So this would take $109,995 out of our contingency budget for the county commissioners. Do we have to Ms. Folsom or to our CFO? Do we now know what we have left in our contingency budget through this meeting so far? Because again, this would be pulling another $100,000 out of our very much dwindling county commission contingency budget.
Certainly. So last week, with this included, this 109, there was 235,000 remaining in the contingency. The Community Foundation today would take that down to 135.
Wow. So after this would that take it down to 35,000?
It would be down to 135.
I would be down to 135.
Because the Community Foundation was reduced from 200,000 to 100,000.
Okay, I'm going to go to the screens. I just wanted to be sure I wasn't missing something. Let me go in the queue. Commissioner Morrison.
She answered my question, and but I do have a second one. Would it be possible if we were to find a way to bridge the gap or do this funding to request the schools fill it? I understand they're out; they don't have the funds this year, but could they fill or reimburse next year? Is the question.
They have it's I believe Mr. Blanchard said that they do have a contract for this upcoming year.
Right, I know that, but do they have one going forward, but could they retroactively fill the gap?
Well, I think that's exactly what Commissioner Jones has indicated that he would like to ask them for. He just made that statement a few minutes ago that he would like to ask them to make them whole for a service that they've already provided at Craigmont High School. And I do know from some friends that are with Boys and Girls Club, this is a very purposeful program at Craigmont. It makes really good things happen, but I can only say it's pretty disappointing that Boys and Girls Club rendered a very good service and did very good work, but they're not being reimbursed. And so if that's the case for the future, I don't run Boys and Girls Club, but I would hope that Mr. Blanchard and his board would reconsider his relationship if why have it at a school if they're not going to help participate? Let me go to the screen. My kind friend, Commissioner Reginald Milton.
Commissioners, I think Chair, you and Commissioner Jones pretty much said the exact same point I did with thinking, was that I find this very disappointing that agency is providing the services, and many other agencies, we've done this with through a nonprofit, and reimbursements is not an impossibility. I'm surprised about this, but I will be supporting it, but I am also somewhat disappointed. Thank you very much.
And Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chairman Jones.
Yeah, and I'm in tune with that as well. And I think given the circumstances and that there could be some potential savings in our schools budget because they've been closed, that I don't think that this would be an unquestionable ask that they provide. And I just wanted to put that out there, and I think, and we just need to I'll have a conversation with them about it, and hopefully by Monday, maybe we can come up with an answer on their behalf, because it's just 109,000, and I get moving forward, but I do want to have that conversation with them, and I will prior to Monday. So.
Commissioners, we all have good relationships with Shelby County Schools. I know that Boys and Girls Club, I assume, it basically, based on what Mr. Blanchard's already stated to us, they've been asking multiple times to be made whole, but they have not been made whole. Could I make a suggestion that we send this down without a recommendation, and for those of us that do have a relationship with Shelby County Schools, that before Monday, we make a request of them in our own individual authorities to ask for their consideration and helping the Boys and Girls Club without having to bring, if you can imagine, commissioners, our Shelby County Board of Commissioners contingency fund would be down to $135,000. I do not think that's a very smart move on behalf of the commissioners facing what we're facing, and also knowing the amount of funding that we do grant Shelby County Schools. I just have to believe that some phone calls need to be made, and we need to have answers and resolved by Monday. I'm going to put that in the form of a motion to send it down without a recommendation, with the hopes that a number of us make a phone call to Shelby County Schools to try to support the Boys and Girls Club. Is there a second?
I'll second it. This is Mills.
Seconded by Commissioner Mills. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, only the fact that I would like to state that I will be supporting it when it goes downstairs. Just I'm hoping that we can find an alternative, but if not, I will be supporting I want the Boys and Girls Clubs to know that I will be supporting that to shore up the difference.
Yeah,
thank you.
I totally understand. Any other comments? Can we accept that amendment to send it down without a recommendation? And for those of you that would like to reach out to SCS to ask them to honor their previous commitment, at least a verbal commitment, it sounds like, because it doesn't sound like there was a written agreement. Can we do that without objection? Okay, hearing no objection, we'll send it down without a recommendation for Monday. Item number 7.
Item 7 is a discussion item, suspending processing new hires, promotions, transfers, reclassifications, salary offers, requisitions, job postings, and routing applications to departments to last approximately 10 minutes.
Very good. I'm going to go to the administration. Mr. Gilliam, or our HR director, can you please give us an update on this? I know we received a memo regarding jobs that had been previous posted, but due to the coronavirus, my understanding is the county is suspending processing new hires, promotion, transfers, salary offers. Can the administration give the body an update?
Chief Gillum, are you on the phone or you want me to take it? This is Stephen Massey. Can you all hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Massey. We don't hear from you very often, so we're excited to hear from you. And then Mr. Gilliam can jump in as well.
Yeah, Chief, go ahead and I'll follow up after Chief.
Now, I tell you what, Stephen, I think it's the administration's position that we support any effort to slow hiring down. But obviously, at the end of the day, there's going to be some exceptions to the rule, especially as it relates to mission critical positions and some of our essential functions or departments. So with that being said, Stephen, you can go ahead and take it from there.
Yes, sir. So what we're trying to do is really simplify a lot of our efforts. There's no sense of bringing in some new hires where we have operations that are slowed down or even in some cases that have closed. So we want to be very diligent about, one, the expenditure of new money to bring on new positions, and two, we want to be consistent in making sure that we're identifying critical positions across the county that really warrant coming in to the organization. Obviously, there's exemptions like fire, sheriffs, corrections, health department, organizations like that. I mean, they're exempt from this slowdown. But when we're looking at normal openings and normal business practices, we really want to be diligent and try to slow down the hiring and only really hire those critical positions that are needed at this time.
Very good. I believe some commissioners may have some questions. Just one moment. I'm going to go in the queue here. Commissioner Wright, did you want to speak on this item?
No, I'm okay, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, I'm going to try to get this agenda done. So let's try to limit our comments to 2 minutes. Next in the queue is Vice Chairman Jones.
Can't hear you, Commissioner Jones.
How about now?
There you go.
All right, so here's my question. And I know we're suspending the processing. So when does this go into effect? I guess my concerns would be if we have already offered jobs to people, and I don't know, they may have quit their jobs and the jobs have already been offered. So where are we in that process?
Great question. So we had 9 employees that were in the queue this past hiring cycle. We went ahead and extended offers to those individuals. So we have onboarded those individuals. As of right now, we don't have any additional, we have some one-off opportunities that we may be onboarding some people, but right now we don't have a large hiring class in queue for processing.
Good. I just wanted to be sure that we hadn't offered somebody a job. They quit their job and then
absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm just making sure we didn't do that.
No, sir. No, sir.
All right. I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Vice Chairman Jones, are there any other commissioners that have a question about suspending the hiring process for new hires? I don't see anyone else in the queue. Thank you, Director Massey. Mr. Gilliam, any other comments?
None on my side.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we end. Mr. Gilliam, anything else? Okay, very good. Item number 7, we're done with that. Item number 8. We can't hear you, Ms. Rankin.
Okay. Item 8 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2020 general fund operating budget in an amount not to exceed $75,000 to fund the Shelby County Department of Health Services public awareness campaign around the novel coronavirus. coronavirus. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2020 general funds in an amount not to exceed $75,000. Sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley, this item is an add-on to be considered in April 1st, 2020 committee meeting.
Very good. Do we have a mover and seconder?
Moved by Bradford.
Second by Jones.
Very good. I'm going to move to the sponsor. Oh, I am the sponsor. So sorry. Let me go. Everybody's getting a good laugh. I can hear them down the hallway here. Let's go to the administration. This is a mayor's initiative, so let me go to the administration on this item, item number 8.
Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Lasagna Hall. I'm not sure if Dr. Househalter is on the line. She has to conduct a press briefing at 2 o'clock, so I'm not sure if she's on the line. But if she's not, we appreciate the commission's support of this resolution as we work to shore up our efforts to get more information out in the community. Dr. Househalter and her team have done a yeoman's job of making sure that information is on social media. Our concern, however, is to ensure that some of our more disenfranchised community members, maybe members who may not have access to social media or adequate access to social media, are also provided with informative pieces of information. So we are requesting this approval of $75,000 to cover promotion and informational materials on billboards, buses, just literature that we can push out in the community to help stave off some of the unintentional and unawareness that we're seeing in the community as it relates to coronavirus.
Very good. Commissioners, any questions for Dr. Hall? Very good. Let's prepare the screens for voting for item number 8.
Commissioner Turner,
Aye.
Morrison, Sawyer. I got you. Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Yes.
Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Chairman Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Mills, Lowry, Jones, and Chairman Billingsley. We have 10 aye votes.
That item passes. Commissioners, is there any other business before general government? This meeting is adjourned. Thanks to all.
Okay, a call to order the Committee for Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts. Parliamentarian, would you read item number 1, please?
Yes, ma'am. There I am. Okay, item 1 is a resolution amending the FY 2020 Capital Improvement Plan CIP budget and approving the transfer of funds from the Shelby County Division of Corrections SCDC kitchen renovation and CIP contingency funds to the Land Mobile Radio Project. This resolution requires the transfer of $375,000 from SCDC kitchen renovation and $225,000 from CIP contingency for a total amount of $600,000. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2020 Capital Improvement Plan funds in the amount of $600,000. Sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills, this item was deferred in March 18th, 2020 committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
Right moves.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright, and I will second it. Is there anyone on with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office to speak to this? I don't think there is, and no one's in the queue.
Wait a minute, whoa. I'm gonna jump in here because I know why we sent this back.
Okay, I see you in the little chat. Go ahead, Commissioner Jones, you're recognized.
So, and I think the concern was with the MWB program, and I think they gave us those answers, and I just wanted to know that they follow up with you to give you the reports as it relates to where they were on the MWBE participation with these funds. And I thought they were supposed to be checking with the attorneys over at the city to make sure that they were in alliance with these the MWBE. And I think they gave us that, but I thought we were supposed to get a report on that. We got it broken.
I did not receive anything concerning this item.
Right. You remember Mr. Downing came over from the sheriff's office and gave us a verbal, and I think we asked for, you know, that in writing. I just want to make sure that if we do get it, so that we don't hold this up any longer, if we just will reach out. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Heather Chief Dowan, you go ahead.
Hello, this is the second time this has been sent back to committee. Last time it was by Commissioner Turner, and my understanding was there was supposed to be a meeting between myself, the EOC office, and Motorola for this deferment. There was one individual that Motorola was still working with to come to agreement on the terms of their MWBE provision. I've been told by Motorola that they've come to terms with that. I don't know if they've shared that with the EOC office or the county commission or not. But that was my last understanding why it was deferred. Commissioner Turner might want to prime in and if it's different.
Right. I guess, and I'll let Commissioner Turner go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well. And I did get a call from the city attorney's office as well. They have been dealing with the issue over on the city side too. And so that's my understanding as well, officer. And so I defer back over to Commissioner Jones.
Right. And so I guess my question would be, did we ever get that information from them? I know they're dealing with it, but are they satisfied with, is the city satisfied with them, Motorola being in line with everything that is a part of us when we contractually give money out? That's my only question. So, and I don't know, and Commissioner Turner, did they advise you that they were compliant or that they were working on it?
So it's good that this is a committee date. As you know, Officer, down in, we hadn't been able to have face-to-face meetings, but that doesn't prevent a conference call. I still probably need to bring Administrator Watkins in to make sure we've cleared all of the things we have to clear with the EOC office. Commissioner Jones, I'm not prepared to really speak on that today, but I will commit that between now and Monday, I'll make sure we all get on the line and clear up anything else that's there. However, according to what Officer Downing did say, that other vendor did resolve the issue with Motorola. That is actual, and that's true. And so I'll I'll get on the line with Administrator Watkins. I hadn't told her to be prepared today to speak on this item. And I don't know if she's on the call, but it's 2:00 now and we are way.
I see her on here, so
Yeah.
I see her on here, but I don't know if she is prepared to speak on it.
Yeah, okay, Director, okay, I'm hearing from the city that the NWB is good. And that's coming from the head law enforcement official at the city via text. And I'm hearing from Administrator Watkins via text that the vendor is good and she's okay. So hearing from all of these persons, I'm comfortable now. This
Yeah.
is just committee. And Commissioner Jones, you and I can do any further digging we need to do between now and Monday. But all of the stakeholders, including the top law enforcement official at the city, as well as Administrator Watkins, have indicated that they're good right now. So I'm comfortable right now. Unless you and I do any more digging we have to do and be prepared Monday to address it. But right now, I think we're good.
Yeah, I feel the same way. So Chief Downing, thank you, Commissioner Turner, and it's back to you, Commissioner Mills.
You might need to unmute yourself, Commissioner Mills.
And that'd be helpful.
Now, I
There we go.
apologize. I meant to say Chief down and I was calling you officer. I apologize, Chief. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're ready to bring this to a vote. All right, if we can prepare to vote, please.
Commissioner Turner,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooke, Bradford, Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Jones,
Aye.
Chairman Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Morrison, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Mills, Jones, and Chairman Billingsley. We have 8 aye votes.
Okay, that item will go down with a favorable recommendation, and that will conclude the Committee for Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts. Thank you.
Let me try that again. I might have been muted. Mr. Chairman, I think Commissioners Ford and Bradford have both stepped out, and they are the chair and vice chair on this next committee.
Commissioner, would you please lead that committee for us, Commissioner Wright?
All right. Committee number 5, Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Codes will come to order. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 1?
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution to approve the agreement between Shelby County and JBJ Properties to secure the public improvements to Carlisle Place 3, PD Phase 2, PD 04-326CC funded by the developer, and authorize the recording of the plat when bonding procedures have been fulfilled. This item does not require expenditure of county general funds, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr. and Commissioner Amber Mills.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and a second?
Turner moves the item.
Whaley,
By
second.
Turner. All right, moved by Turner, second by Whaley. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, let's take this to a vote.
Commissioner Turner,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Jones,
Aye.
Chairman Billingsley.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Morrison, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Mills, Jones, and Chairman Billingsley. We have 8 aye votes.
That item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and I don't believe there's any other business before this committee, so that will conclude the committee number 5.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Okay, I'd like to call to order the Committee for Legislative Affairs. Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 1?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee to adopt voter-marked paper ballot machines and requesting the Tennessee General Assembly support legislation for paper ballot on demand voter options. Sponsored by Commissioner Tammy Sawyer, this item was deferred in March 18th, 2020 committee meeting.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
Turner moves
Second.
out.
Turner to move and seconded by
Milton.
Commissioner Milton. Thank you. Go to the sponsor on this, or did they unmute you, Commissioner Sawyer? Commissioner Sawyer? Well, okay, we'll go to
Hey.
Commissioner Turner.
I'm here. Staff, if we could
Okay.
please ensure that I know this is the last item, but next week, that we're not muted, just the visitors. I would like, I'm gonna let Commissioner Turner speak as well, but I think that we either pull or defer, seeing as the Election Commission has gone forward today with actions. And I'm just not sure what we can do here, but Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Commissioner Sawyer. My suggestion would be to send this down without a recommendation. There is some movement via the Election Commission, and I think that according to Administrator Phillips, action has to be taken by next week. And what I would like to do is probably speak with her. I just saw her talking on the news yesterday, and now we're here today. And so if maybe you and I could speak with Administrator Phillips, and they're meeting now, actually. So my understanding is that the Election Commission is meeting simultaneously with us. So I think we need to see what they do after they meet today, and then maybe respond via this resolution they do today on Monday. So I would move to send this down without a recommendation pending further action from the Election Commission today, if you're okay with it.
Okay, we have a couple of more people in the queue. Should we hear from them before we send it down? Commissioner Turner?
And we have a second on that.
I second it, and then I'm open to hearing everybody, but I second it.
Okay, it's been moved to send down without a recommendation by Commissioner Turner, seconded by Commissioner Sawyer. Commissioner Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just thought I've been trying to follow this as well as while we're meeting here. It looks like, according to Bill Drees reporting on Twitter, it looks like the Election Commission has completed their meeting, and they completed it without, it looks like without any decision made. And there was also reporting that at least one of the election commissioners is saying it's doubtful that they will complete their process in time for purchasing the machines for either August or November. So I just thought I would inform everyone that there are some updates on Bill Drees' Twitter feed.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wright. And I would also add that the legislature is out for the next 60 days, so they wouldn't, I know this is being addressed to the General Assembly, and they wouldn't be there for another 60 days. So with that, did you have anything else to add, Commissioner Turner?
Not right now. I think that there'll probably be more to add on Monday, but I need to speak with the Election Commission first, and I'll speak with Commissioner Sawyer along with the Election Commission, and we'll try to get this for Monday. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And if there's no objection, we will send this down without a recommendation for Monday. Seeing none. Okay, and that will conclude the Committee for Legislative Affairs. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
I think we still had economic development tourism,
Oh, do we?
if Commissioners Lowry or Morrison was still on. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there's Mikhail.
Hey, everyone. Well, listen,
No.
well, I guess I'll call the committee to order, but only just to say that this is being postponed again, obviously in light of everything that's happening, as well as us really getting our legs up under us with this virtual meeting process. I've just asked that responsible folks send us a document when they can of what they're doing, and as well as give us a couple of iterations of these meetings to see what our new normal looks like before we have a formal presentation when they want to all be present. And I didn't know how we could all do that with so many folks wanting to speak and with our new meeting format. So this will be postponed to a later committee meeting.
May I read it into the record?
Oh, sorry, yeah, please.
Item 1, Union Row update to last approximately 10 minutes. Kevin Adams and Jennifer Oswalt. This item was deferred in March 18th, 2020 committee meeting.
All right. Do I need to say anything else, or this will conclude the meeting, the Committee for Economic Development and Tourism.
Commissioner Lowry.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a date certain to when this will be continued?
I don't. I guess what I want to do, Commissioner, is just to basically, this is the first time we've all done this virtually. Want to see how this format worked, and if we had all the kinks and things of that nature out of it, and if we're all amenable to having presentations in this way, then we can schedule for the next one or maybe the one after that. But want to see how this flowed today. We didn't have really any presentations from, well, we had a couple of the clerks, but just wanted to see how this format flowed, and then we can determine what's the best fit for this type of update.
Okay, thank you.
I can talk with the chairman. We can determine what's best. What's the will of the body here? What's the best?
We'll need to we'll need either the 29th, or if there's no dates, we can withdraw and bring the item back up on a later date. So either withdraw or we do need a date certain, sir.
So what day did you give? The 29th? Is that what you said?
I heard somebody name that date, but it's up to you.
Well, that's ample time. I mean, today's the 1st, so 29th is ample time. We will have several of these meetings under our belts here to make sure the process is flowing well, and typically
The 15th is also available. So the 15th or the 29th of April.
Yeah, I defer. Chairman, I'm okay with either one of those dates.
Commissioner Lowry, why don't we just, why don't we do this? Why don't we withdraw it? And then if it's okay with you, you can get with Union Row and give them the choice. They can either do it on the 15th or the 29th, and whatever date you advise with me, that's the date I'll put it on the agenda.
Sounds good.
So we'll just withdraw this item, and then whatever Union Row wants to do and Commissioner Lowry wants to do is what we'll do.
Okay, that works. I'll follow with it.
Commissioners, before we, Commissioner Lowry, any other business today with your committee?
No.
Okay, so we're done with that adjourns Economic Development and Tourism. Commissioners, if you could do me a favor, I think we had a lot less issues today. We pretty much started on time. I know we're late, but we did have presentations by Dr. Haushalter and others today. I think it's getting better. This was our second online meeting. This one was exclusively online for all commissioners. If you've got suggestions, if you'd please email them to me, I will address them before Monday. I will take to be sure that some of the commissioners that were muted for whatever reason, we'll be sure that that doesn't happen. But if there are other suggestions, please let me know. But I think this was a good run in preparation for Monday. Monday should be pretty seamless. I want to thank the commissioners and all the staff for working really hard on this meeting today. But again, if you have any suggestions, please send them in to me and we'll address them. Is there any other business today? Any other business, commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I would say I can go home, but I'm already there. So I'll
Hey,
talk with
that's
everyone.
nice.
Take care, everyone.
I think somebody better send Commissioner Sawyer some chicken noodle soup.
Yeah, I think I'll take that responsibility.
Okay. All right. Thank y'all so much, and we'll see you Monday.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody.